Secretary. Good morning, Madam Secretary. I see our commissioners here, which I'm happy to see. I see Commissioner Solis Rainey on the screen. Perfect. So we're all here together, which is nice for a change. And we're all ready to start the morning's agenda. Madam Secretary, I'd start with the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, everybody could join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, let's go to our first item, Madam Secretary. I see that everybody's here. The court reporter is with us, I'm sure, and we're ready to go.
Yes, she is. The first item is public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. We received one public comment from the Department of Justice regarding jury duty. This email has been provided to the commissioners. In addition, a copy will be attached to the commission disposition as part of the public record. And I do believe there are comments from the commission also at this time.
All right. Well, thank you very much. All right. I wanted to make a brief address a couple of items before we get on further into our agenda. Normally we have a public comment at the first, which we just did, and we have a public comment at the end of our agenda. So usually, being chairman, I get to decide which items I want to have more people listen to and see, and they go on the first part. These two items that I'm about to talk about for a moment, very briefly, are items that I really want to do at the very first of our agenda, and I've thought about it. And I decided that it'd be better to put these items on the very first of the agenda because of their importance. So first of all, I wanted to say a few words as we begin this May 2021 commission agenda. It seems like forever we have been addressing the COVID pandemic problem that descended on all of us for over a year plus. Nevada and gaming are now back and basically headed towards full operations and doing quite well, getting back to where we were. Mostly, and gaming is again flourishing, and the towns in Nevada are loading up and are more safe. This didn't just occur by happen chance, but it occurred by great leadership of our governor, Steve Sisolak, his staff, and many other multitudes of hardworking Nevadans across the state. Under the steady hand of Governor Sisolak and his guidance and issuing emergency orders, which were quickly issued, and protocols established, these saved lives and speeded up our economic recovery by providing a safer path to the opening of our state for our citizens, including employees, tourists, licensees, and all Nevadans across our communities. A special shout out and thanks goes out to our Gaming Control Board and staff and the many different divisions of the board. Under the firm guidance of Board Chair J. Bryn Gibson and other board members who spent tireless hours in keeping Nevada gaming safe for us all. The hours that they put in on this as an additional job to their usual jobs when we didn't have the COVID issue, it was incredible. And I just wanted to give them a shout out, and all the people in gaming and the enforcement level as well, and the agents. The Nevada Gaming Commission support and hard work also should not be forgotten as well. Having said that, I thought when people work as hard as I've witnessed to overcome a problem that nobody could foresee, and they put in these kind of hours day and night, it's really nice to give these people a thank you and a pat on the back, and well-deserved. Job well done. The second item that I wanted to put on here is the fact that one of my favorite commissioners of all times, who I spent a lot of time with in working on commission business, Commissioner Fuchs, has elected to make this her last meeting. I envy her. And I just can't say enough good things about Debbie. Her involvement here on the commission has been stellar. Her knowledge has been so important on the many hundreds of applicants and agenda items that we've seen. You were a big part of the commission as I knew it, and I can't thank you enough for always being a team player. All I can say is good luck to you going forward. I know you'll be fantastic in whatever you choose to do, whether it's pickleball and golf, which I'm again envious of you doing that, or if you pursue something in gaming, you'll always find an open door here and an open phone line that you can call us. We miss you already and you're not even gone. Having said that, I don't know if any of my fellow commissioners wanted to make any quick comments. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I share the chairman's comments about you, Commissioner Fuchs. It's been great to learn by watching, by listening to you. You're a strict constructionalist, yet you're fair, you're compassionate. But I always love to hear your analysis of restrictive covenants and ratios, because that needs to be, it has to be part of the record in a lot of these restructuring issues, a lot of these purchase issues. You've been spot on in your commentary, and you'll be sorely missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Solis Rainey. I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. Yes, did you have something?
Yes, if I may. I just
Yes.
wanted to also join in, Commissioner Fuchs, to what's been said, but also thank you. You were so welcoming when I joined the commission in May of 2019, and it made the transition into this position a lot easier. And I too appreciated your insight as a banker, but just also your compassion and your point of views. We're always in an attempt to be fair, and I so admire and appreciate that. So I'm definitely going to miss you and wish you the best of luck.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Fuchs, I know that we don't know each other very well with the pandemic, and we've gotten to know each other a little bit over Zoom and random emails. But I will say that you will be sorely missed, and there will be a void, not just because of the numbers, but because of your beautiful smile and your wonderful demeanor. And I'm still going to pick your brain, even though you're not going to be with us, because I think I can learn a lot from you. So you'll be missed, and thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good.
So I'm going to just jump in really quick and say I so appreciate all the kind words. And I want to thank all my colleagues here, as well as those on the board, Member Katsaros and Chief Gibson and Member Watkins, who I haven't really gotten to know yet. Of course, Marie and Elijah and our whole team here, Brittany, Tiffany. And also thanks to the past chairs, Burnett, Morgan, and Chairman Alamo. I mean, they played a big role in my upbringing on this commission. And I kind of want to echo Chair Moran. I think the public sees all of us up here on a monthly basis, and we are kind of the cornerstone, but the heart is really the 400 employees of the GBC. And we don't always acknowledge them as often as I think we should. So big shout out to Chiefs Black, Colvin, Taylor, Labadie, Douglas, Barbie, and Caruso for their leadership on a day-to-day basis. And I'm going to steal an analogy from one of our applicants today. And that is when the control board river drains, we actually see our true gems that safeguard our gold standard every day. So thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. All right, well, very good. And I guess we're all ready to start with the agenda now. And Madam Secretary, would you call the next item?
Yes, the next item is the approval of the prior month's dispositions. Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for April 2021 and the special meeting held on May 6th.
Okay, very good. Do we have an applicant? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm ahead of myself here. All right. Do we have a motion?
Chair Moran, thank
Chairman,
you. Go ahead, Commissioner Fuchs.
All right, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition as put forth in our minutes.
All right, very good. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good. It's unanimous. All right, Madam Secretary, that passes. Let's go to the next item.
The next item is your consent agenda for non-restricted items. Your items on non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4, 6, 7, and 11. For the record, item 10 was removed from the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
All right, very good. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 7 that's on the consent agenda. Travel Centers of America is a client of Louis Roca, firm where I am a partner in an unrelated matter. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record. I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A.420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Vote. I call for the motion.
I would move for approval of the consent agenda for non-restricted items 4, 6, 7, and 11.
Okay, very good. We have a motion made. I'd call for the vote at this time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Not seeing any, unanimously carries. Passes. All right, let's go to the next item, Madam Secretary.
Next item is your consent agenda for restricted items. Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. For the record, item 2 was handled by the commission at their special meeting on May 6th, and item 3 was referred back to staff by the Gaming Control Board. I believe we have disclosures on these items also.
Very good. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for restricted item number 4. Jackpot Bar and Grill is adverse in a collections matter handled by Louis Roca, the law firm where I'm a partner. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A.420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right, do we have a motion for approval?
I would move for approval of restricted items 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. Call for the vote on the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All right. All opposed? Looks like the motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Secretary, next item.
Next item is your consent agenda for new games and new devices. You have a request for final approval of a new device. That item is GFL Corex, submitted by TCS John Huxley. You also have a request for final approval of a new game. That item is Flush, submitted by International Network in Advanced Gaming.
All right, is there any discussion on that consent agenda or motion? I don't see any discussion. We have a motion maker on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to make a motion for the approval of new game GFL QORX, as well as Flush, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. Motion made for approval. Do we have any discussion by the commissioners on that motion? Not seeing any. I call for the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimously. Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item.
That brings you to your non-restricted items which were held up for discussion. Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Ginting Burhad for a finding of suitability as sole shareholder and for amendment to their order of registration as noted on the agenda. There's also the application of Shushan Duda SDN BHD, Peak Avenue Limited, Genting Assets Inc., and RWLV Holdings LLC for registration as an intermediary company, a finding of suitability as a shareholder, sole member, sole manager, and or licensure as sole member as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Resorts World Las Vegas LLC, doing business as Resorts World Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license, licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering, operating gaming salons as a manufacturer and as a distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Kok Thai Lim, Kong Heng Tan, Kwang Hoon Lim, Scott Martin Sabella, and Peter James Lavoie for finding of suitability as a director and or licensure as an officer, key executive, and or sole manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions also as noted on the agenda. I should note for the record that we are taking this one item out of order before non-restricted items number 1 and 2.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Very good. All right, do we have an applicant or representatives? Good morning. I don't see Mr. Clayton yet. Good morning. Is Mr. Clayton on yet?
Can you hear us? Oh, no. Good morning.
I can hear. There we go.
Sorry,
Good morning, Mr. Clayton. How are you?
this is why I don't run the technology division. Good morning, Chairman Moran, commissioners. For the record, I am Mark Clayton, outside gaming counsel for the company. Also here with me today is my colleague, Erica Okenberg. From Genting and Resorts World, present are the applicants Tan Sri KT Lim, Kyung Hui Lim, Kong Han Tan, Scott Sabella, and Peter Lavoie. Also present is Yi Feng Wong, Genting's CFO, and Gerald Gardner, Senior Vice President and General Counsel for Resorts World Las Vegas. As indicated by the Executive Secretary, we're before you today in regards to the licensing of Resorts World Las Vegas. As far as today's affirmative presentation, Genting Berhad's Chairman Lim will provide introductory remarks. Ms. Wong will provide a brief Genting Berhad update, and then Mr. Sabella will speak about Resorts World Las Vegas. Now let me turn the presentation over to Chairman Lim.
Very good. Good morning, sir. How are you? I believe, is your mic on? I'm not hearing you. You might have to turn your mic on.
Okay, I've got it on. I'm sorry. Good morning, Chairman Moran and commissioners. I am KT Lim, the Chairman and Chief Executive of Genting Berhad. It is a pleasure to be before the Nevada Gaming Commission. Shortly, we will be presenting the Resorts World Las Vegas Casino Resort in more detail. But first, I wanted to note the importance of today in Genting Group's history. In 1963, my father, the late Tan Sri Lim Gautong, who founded the Genting Group, was inspired to build a mountain holiday resort for all Malaysians to enjoy. Work started in 1965, and in 1971, Genting Berhad opened the first Resorts World property with a 200-room hotel. Now, 50 years later, we are on the cusp of opening our latest Resorts World property with 3,500 hotel rooms. From its humble beginnings, the company has diversified and grown into a multinational conglomerate. Today, we are before you regarding Genting's resort in Las Vegas, a truly remarkable moment in the Genting Group's history. The journey for Genting started in 2013 when we acquired what was previously the Echelon site. Our goal for Resorts World Las Vegas is to bring a new and unique entertainment destination to the Las Vegas Strip and to showcase what has made the Resorts World brand a globally recognized success. I am thrilled that Resorts World Las Vegas will be opening its doors on 24th June 2011, and Genting will be part of Las Vegas, the entertainment destination of the world. Genting stands ready to play its part and be a responsible member of the Las Vegas community. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission. I am available if there are any questions for me. Otherwise, I will turn the presentation over to Ms. Yi Feng Wong, Genting Berhad's CFO.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to just make a very brief comment. First, I want to welcome you, and it's always a pleasure to see you. I don't know if you remember me when I was on the commission, and you were going for preliminary approval. That was some time ago, 4 years ago, and I remember you and your group invited me to go to a warehouse and look at a presentation. And I went to a warehouse and went inside, and it was incredible what you had done inside this warehouse with tables and chairs and screens. And you showed me a video, and your people showed me what you had planned there. And I thought to myself, this is number one, very amazing. And I thought to myself, I don't see any way in the world that even half of this, what I'm seeing, is possible. And yet here we are now today, 4 or 5 years down the road, and you have actually done what you said. And that shows me a lot that you're a man of your word and that what you say you do. And what you've created out there on that property, which I have a particular special interest in terms of being a busboy there, in terms of being a lifeguard there, in terms of being a security guard there, in terms of handling credit there, in terms of being an attorney there. All this years and years and years ago. So it kind of warms my heart to see that project spring out of the ground like it has. And I welcome you to Las Vegas, and I'm looking forward to wonderful things. Having said that, I was going to ask my fellow commissioners if they would prefer that your attorney and the other people that wish to speak go ahead and speak and say as part of their presentation so we don't interrupt that. And then when it's concluded, my fellow commissioners and colleagues can then ask whatever questions at that time, and you can direct to your counsel who you wish to respond to the questions from the commission. Would that be all right with my colleagues? Okay, let's do it that way, sir. And I'd ask Mr. Clayton then to go with his next representative who he wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chairman Moran. The next speaker will be Ms. Wong, the CFO for Genting Berhad, who will provide a brief update on Genting Berhad for the commission.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Moran, commissioners. I am Ifan Wong, the CFO of Genting Berhad. I will present a brief update on the Genting Group since the last presentation made to this commission 5 years ago.
Okay, very well.
Next slide. Genting's corporate structure remains substantially the same, other than the acquisition of a 49% stake in Resorts World Catskill in 2019 by Genting Malaysia Berhad. RWLB, as highlighted in yellow, is an indirect, wholly owned subsidiary of Genting Berhad and is the group's third $4 billion plus integrated resort development. Next slide. Moving on to the financial updates. Genting Group's revenue and EBITDA are growing from 2016 until the pandemic hit in 2020. Next slide. Our group's balance sheet remains strong, evidenced by total assets and total equity of about 25 billion and 14 billion US dollars respectively in 2020. Total debt is creeping up over the period to fund the group's developments. Nevertheless, this is supported by a robust cash balance of 6.6 billion US dollar and an optimal gearing ratio. Our business is globally diversified, with less than 50% of revenue and earnings from Malaysia. Resorts World Sentosa in Singapore and Resorts World Genting in Malaysia are our key revenue and earnings drivers. Soon, Resort World Las Vegas will join in. Next slide. Our leisure and hospitality segment has consistently contributed over 80% to the group's revenue and earnings. In year 2020, this contribution dipped to 64%, due mainly to the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Next slide. Moving on to business update. Next slide. Let me begin with the group's first mountain holiday resort. Resorts World Genting is Malaysia's premier integrated resort destination with about 10,500 rooms across 7 distinct hotels. Over the last 5 years, Resorts World Genting has steadily rolled out new attractions under its 10-year Genting Integrated Tourism Plan. Major facilities completed and opened in 2016 included the new Awana Skyway cable car. This gondola lift system can carry up to 3,600 passengers per hour, with 10 passengers per gondola at maximum speed of 6 meters per second. Sky Avenue, a new shopping mall that houses over 100 brands and shops, also opened in 2016. Crockfords Hotel, opened in 2017, is the only hotel in Malaysia to receive the prestigious 5-star rating by the Forbes Travel Guide for 3 consecutive years. Genting Highlands Premium Outlets, opened in 2017, is Southeast Asia's second premium outlet center and the world's first hilltop premium outlet center. It offers more than 150 designer brands and stores with savings up to 65% daily. Skytropolis, opened in 2018, is an indoor theme park that spans over 400,000 square feet, offering more than 20 new rides and entertainment for the whole family. And last but not least, Genting Sky Worlds, the highly anticipated new outdoor theme park in Resorts World Genting, is set to open by the middle of 2021. Packed with 9 uniquely themed worlds, this 26-acre theme park will offer 26 rides and attractions. Next slide. Moving on to Resorts World Sentosa. We have expanded the Sea Aquarium in 2020. Home to over 100,000 marine animals of over 800 species, Sea Aquarium is among the largest aquariums in the world. The 5 years, 4.5 billion Singapore dollar mega expansion, we call it RWS 2.0, was announced in 2019 to transform Resorts World Sentosa into a centerpiece of Singapore's tourism sector. Revisions to design works of RWS 2.0 is incorporating health and safety measures are ongoing to adapt to the post-pandemic environment. On the Japan Integrated Resort opportunity, Genting Singapore continues to be engaged in its pursuit of the investment opportunity in Japan. Genting Singapore will evaluate the conditions of the request for proposal for the Japan Integrated Resort and the investment environment, as well as whether the conditions meet with its investment criteria. Next slide. Resorts World Casino New York City broke ground in 2018 for a $400 million expansion plan, which is ongoing. The new upscale 400-room Hyatt Regency JFK at Resorts World New York Hotel is on track to open in phases from the middle of 2021. Resorts World Bimini's new addition, the Beach Club, was constructed in 2019 and completed in September 2020. It is targeted to open by the middle of 2021, rivaling the best beach clubs in Ibiza and Saint-Tropez. Next slide. On the impact of the pandemic. Global tourism, leisure and gaming industry are among the sectors hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time in our history, we have to temporarily close all our resort operations worldwide at intermittent periods in compliance with respective government directives. To protect our customers and employees, proactive implementation of stringent health and safety measures was done group-wide in compliance with government guidelines and global best practices. These measures include body temperature screening, compulsory face masks, regular sanitizations of properties and offices, social distancing, among others. In such challenging times, we have remained steadfast, focused, and resilient to weather through the adversity. Adapting to this new reality requires some very difficult decisions to be made that involve recalibrating operational structures and right-sizing the workforce to ensure long-term sustainability of our leisure-based businesses. Our diversified business strategy and cost rationalization exercises helped to mitigate the adverse impact to the group's overall financial performance in 2020. If the worldwide pandemic improves, our group businesses are expected to improve in tandem. However, the ongoing concerns and uncertainties amid the fluidity of the COVID-19 situation worldwide remain a significant downside risk. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, this ends my presentation. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wong. And Mr. Chairman, we'll now turn the presentation over to the President of Resorts World Las Vegas, Scott Sabella. And we have a separate presentation that we'll be also putting up on the screen now.
All right, very good. Good morning, Mr. Sabella. How are you?
Good morning. Great, thank you. And good morning.
Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead. You may begin with your presentation. Thank you.
So good morning, Chair Moran and Commissioners. And for the record, I'm Scott Sabella, President of Resorts World. We were excited a couple of weeks ago to present to the Nevada Control Board, Gaming Control Board, and we're just as excited today to present to you the newest resort built in over a decade on the Las Vegas Strip. From the beginning, our goal was to create a truly integrated resort with the best in class in everything we do, such as entertainment, room product, technology, and of course, the great customer service that Genting is known for. Resorts World will be programmed, designed to cater to all levels of guests, from luxury, premium, and even the masses. And with that, we'll jump right into the deck here. This is an overview of the complex and the podium of the property. We sit on 88 acres. You can see we're only building on 2/3 of that. So it leaves us plenty of land for future development. We have 4 large porte cocheres. We have 4 entrances into the property. 1 is off the Strip, 2 off Sammy Davis Drive, 1 off Genting Drive. So easy access to get in and out of the building. The total property is over 10 million square feet. And the total conditional space is about 7 million square feet. Next slide. This is a live picture of the casino and one of our lounges in the casino. The casino will be 117,000 square feet. We'll open up with 1,400 slot machines, 117 table games, 30 poker tables, a sports book that we will operate and oversee the trading risk and setting the lines. We'll have 8 private salons on the casino floor. And it's in the tower, we'll have 5 salons on the 5th and 66th floor. Next slide. These are, again, some renderings of the casino floor. Next slide. This is a layout of the casino. You can see the colored areas, the different areas. The pink area is the main casino. Purple is the poker area. High limit and baccarat are the yellow and blue area. We're calling that our Croxford gaming area. The green is are the 8 non-private salons. And in the left corner, you can see the private salons that will be located on the 5th and 66th floor in the tower. Next slide. Here's a beautiful rendering of the Croxford's gaming area that I mentioned. Some more renderings inside the Croxford gaming area. This is our high limit baccarat area and our high limit gaming area. And these are renderings of the private salons that I mentioned on the 5th and 66th floor. On the 5th floor, there'll be 2 rooms with 4 tables. On the 66th floor, there will be 3 rooms. The total casino is about 3,000 square feet. And on the next page, you can see a layout of the private gaming areas. The 66th floor gaming area has an incredible view and it's adjacent to our Starlight Lounge. That you probably remember, Chair, when you worked at the Stardust, we kept that name. It was one of the names of the lounges at the Stardust. And Mr. Boyd allowed us to keep it, and we're going to call our lounge the Starlight Lounge on 66. Next is the rendering of the poker room. We'll open with 25 poker tables. Inside the poker room, we'll have 2 private areas with 5 poker tables. Next slide. This is a picture of our sports book. We'll have VIP lounge seating. In the room, we'll also have the 50 by 15 curved video wall. These pictures are a couple weeks old. This area is almost completely done. Next slide is our mobile betting app. We partnered with IGT to white label it. So we'll have our own Resorts World app for gaming purposes. Next slide. These are pictures. These are the 2 layouts of the towers. We partnered with Hilton for many reasons, but one of them is because of the different brands that they have in their portfolio. The West Tower, the one on the left, is the Hilton Tower, 1,774 rooms. On the right is the Conrad Tower, the largest Conrad in the world, approximately 1,500 rooms. And then we're proud and excited to introduce Crockford's brand to Las Vegas, something we've had for over 20 years over in Asia and the UK. And this will be our ultra luxury brand for both gaming and non-gaming areas with about a total of 236 keys. Again, we want to be the best in class in everything. We created a pool experience like no other. We're on almost 6 acres with 7 pools. It's all located on the 5th floor, easy access for our guests. You can see the one pool is an infinity pool that overlooks the strip. And if you also look on the top right, you can see some of the big suites, the ultra suites that we have on the pool deck. There's 5 of them. And you can see the top 3 there on the right. And on the far left, you can see the other 2. Next slide. Some renderings of the pool. And the different themes that we created. Again, if you look on the top right, you can see the big ultra suites. And then on the bottom left, you can see that infinity pool that I was mentioning that overlooks the Las Vegas Strip. Next slide, some more renderings of the pools. Again, that infinity that I mentioned, and then the VIP pool on the right side. Next slide. Health and safety is one of our core values. It's been a top priority and always will be. We've partnered with some of the best companies out there, making sure our guest employees are always safe. We continue to encourage our employees to get the vaccine. We have nurses on site when we're hiring the employees as we process. And of course, we will follow all guidelines that you give us and the GCB when we open the property. Next slide. We're really excited about our location, especially with the new convention center that opened last year. So we'll definitely be a convention property. We have direct access. We partnered with the Boring Company, as you may have heard. So we'll be the first property on the strip where the tunnel connects to our property, and our guests will go downstairs, get into the tunnel, be at the convention center within 2 or 3 minutes. You also notice on that picture that throughout the whole property, there's a lot of natural light and balconies in all of our restaurants, the majority of our convention space. You really don't see anywhere here in town. Next, more renderings. You can see the outside space on the right. This site sits on top of our nightclub, and it's right there on the Las Vegas Strip. Next slide. This is a layout of the convention space. Again, we spent a lot of time on laying out the property. So all the convention space is on the 2nd floor. So the guests come right down. They never go to the main casino or have to have a long walk, easy access to get to the convention space. And the event center is a short walk from the casino, which we're working on now, which is less than 100 yards. So very easy access for our convention. We're very proud to open with LEED Gold certification. It's the most widely used green building rating system in the world. It gives us a big edge, especially with our convention customers. But we spent a lot of time and effort on this. And again, we're very proud to receive this gold achievement. Next slide. Again, we want to be the best in everything we do. We'll have over 40 F&B outlets. Here's a couple renderings of some of our lounges. Gatsby's in the casino. Our Crystal Lounge is in the center of the casino. Next slide. This is our Chinese restaurant and a lounge. We're excited to introduce all of our sister properties overseas that will bring a lot of them over to Las Vegas, Genting Palace being one of them. And this will be our high-end Asian restaurant. We're really excited to introduce Famous Foods to Las Vegas. It's a food hall with 16 stalls from the top chefs all around the world. And it also has natural light inside this area with a large outside space. So we really think this will be something new to Las Vegas. And especially, we really think it's going to be big for our local guests. Next slide. This is our district. This area will have all food and beverage outlets, have attractions, there'll be retail. It's where our nightlife experience is. Our retail space is only about 70,000 square feet. We're taking a different approach. We're going to have a lot of smaller boutique stores, a lot of pop-ups. We want to mix it up where we can change out the stores every quarter or whenever there's a different type of group in town and so forth. And these pop-ups will be all over the property. Next slide is a couple of renderings of some of the boutique stores, jewelry store, purse store, gown stores, things like that. The bottom is our anchor store, Fred Siegel. If you know them, they're out of LA. They've been around since the 60s. They're the first ones to create stores within the store. So we're excited to have a men and women's store. And they will be our anchor retail store. Another great partner of ours is AEG. Together, we designed the most state-of-the-art theater anywhere. It will have 5,000 seats, again, with the most innovative technology that money can buy. Really excited to introduce this to Las Vegas. Next slide are some bullet points about the theater. We announced our lineup last couple of weeks ago, and the response has been incredible. Celine Dion will open this theater November 5th. When we open the property on the 24th of June, 95% of the property will be ready to open, but the theater we always knew was added scope, and that won't be ready. And again, she'll open this on November 5th. Another great partner is Zouk. We're bringing them from Asia to Resorts World. Zouk has been voted the #1 club for many years. And we're really excited to bring a different approach to Las Vegas that nobody has seen. It has its own nightlife area with a couple of restaurants. If you go to the next page, you can see it's adjacent to our day club, IU. This outdoor oasis will be something that the city hasn't seen. And again, we're very excited to introduce this to Las Vegas. Next page. The chairman probably thinks we should have bought our own LED company because we got more LED on this property than you can imagine. But we did that purposely because we've taken advantage of technology. It's our attraction to get people to come down to our property. The LED on the West Hilton building is over 100,000 square feet, one of the largest in the world. But again, this will help us attract visitors to this side of the strip. It will be a marketing tool that we can use in various different ways. Another must-see attraction is our 5-story globe, LED mirrored globe inside the heart of the casino, which we plan on running shows every hour on the hour to help attract customers down to our property. And we know this will be a must-see attraction. With that, I wanted to show you our commercial. It's been airing for about 3 weeks now. The response has been incredible. I apologize if you've already seen it, but we love just to watch it over and over. So we'd like to show this to you. So as you can see, it features our 4 resident artists that we announced a couple weeks ago and our 2 resident DJs. And just quickly before I turn over to the questions, a quick overview on how we want to open. Again, June 24th is the date we're opening. We're going to do some practice days on June 20th and 21st with the staff. The plan is to have a private party on June 24th, starting at 6 o'clock, 6 to maybe 10 or 11, 2,000 or 3,000 people. They'll be able to experience the property. We're going to bring everybody up to the pool deck, have a pool party. We got some great entertainers. And then around 11 o'clock, we'll officially open the building to the public. And then starting the next day, we'll take reservations for the public, and we're up and running and open. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Scott. Chairman and Commissioners, that concludes our affirmative presentation. Obviously, the team's available for any questions the Commission may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clayton. And I'm sure there are some questions, and I'm going to turn over and look at my colleagues and see who would like to go first with questions. That was a beautiful presentation, I might add, and very informative, and it eliminated a lot of the questions that I was going to have. I may have some for Mr. Lavoie later on, but I am going to defer right now to my colleagues and see who would like to go first.
If I may, Chair Moran?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Thank you.
First and foremost, everybody welcome. I thought that was an excellent presentation. I've watched that commercial over and over again, and I just figured out that Celine Dion is holding the little pinball the guy is playing. So it all just connected today on the big screen. Very, very clever. I really enjoyed it. I can't wait to see it in person. This is a wonderful addition to Las Vegas, and the investment that you're putting into the community here in Las Vegas is tremendous. Just questions briefly about hiring and booking. How's that going? I know there is some issue, at least not just nationally, but in Las Vegas, about retaining and hiring people to literally hit the ground running and to work. And I know that you gave a little update, but I was hoping you can give me another update today in terms of hiring and booking.
Yeah, great question. During the pandemic, we had over 120,000 people apply. So at the beginning, it was, wow, we're going to be able to choose anybody, the applicants that we want. We were getting them from all up down the strip, but even from other states. And as you mentioned, it's getting a little bit more difficult with some of the offers we made because of everybody else opening. We still feel comfortable that we're okay. What we're a little concerned about now is we made all the offers and they've accepted, but we're a little concerned of who maybe changed their mind may not show up the day we need them to. So we're putting a plan together to fix that. But I do think by the time we open the next 5 or 6 weeks, things will get better with with all this that we're going through right now. But I just saw today, like the Venetian's doing a job fair. They've never done one, I don't think, in 20 years. So it is a concern. We're all over it, but we think we'll be okay. When we announced we're opening a few weeks ago, we opened up our call center. And again, another reason why we partnered with Hilton is because they have over 130 million people in their Hilton Honors program. So with them just sending something out, we book better than what we thought. Every day gets better. They're starting to see the commercial, word gets out. And we did it differently. Normally you would do all this 6 months ago, but with COVID and everybody being sensitive, we kind of kept it to our chest and we waited, and we really didn't hit the mark until 60 days out. But we're really happy with what we're seeing. We're seeing conventions starting to book for next year, even this year, late this year. But right now we're hitting all the goals that we wanted to achieve.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was hoping that you could highlight, now that you're a new community partner, which charities or organizations you're partnering with, if you have any diversity or inclusion programs, including on the board and senior executive level for women and minorities. I'm just very interested in what you're doing on a social level to advance and keep the company fresh and on the forefront of development.
I love that question. And that's dear to our chairman's heart. You know, we just didn't build this property to have a casino. We committed to be part of this community, and we want to be a good partner. And we have a lot of plans. We've met with the Latin Chamber of Commerce, all the Chamber of Commerces basically. And what we're doing now is we want to get open, get our legs settled in, and then we have a whole program that we're going to put together. But everything we're doing will be part of this community. Everything we give back to will be part of this community. And at the same time, I'm excited to because if you heard the chairman, this company's been around and has been established, and that's a story we want to tell. We want to educate everybody that lives here. What is Genting? What's Resort World? It just didn't happen overnight. They've been doing this forever. You know, this is a big company and this is what we do, and we're the best at it. So more to come with that, but I promise you it's on our radar.
Thank you. And I have to say, I'm a huge fan of Crystal Cruises, and my favorite one is the Crystal Esprit. So when I read the voluminous literature, I was very impressed at how many things the companies are involved in internationally. And so really excited about the project coming here, and I look forward to what's to come. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An excellent presentation. It was a pleasure to watch. I can just by a very brief bit of history, I remember Ellis Landau, the former CFO of Boyd, stating to me many years ago, we can't move forward on Echelon. It'll bankrupt our company. And the property lay dormant. And what you've done is just remarkable. So kudos. Everything you said that you were going to deliver, you have delivered. I couldn't be happier with the overview of the project. I just wanted to ask, just a couple of very brief questions. I had a question regarding the compliance committee, and not so much the compliance committee, because I realize the Gaming Control Board has approved it, and maybe Mr. Clayton or Mr. Gardner or you, Mr. Isabella, can answer it. Are you being set up so the compliance committees talk to other compliance committees throughout the world? So if an issue arises, in a foreign jurisdiction, it won't take, but an email. You're live to know what's going on in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, Commissioner Cohen, this is Mark Clayton for the record. Yes, as your materials will indicate, there'll be actually two different sets of compliance committees. There'll be the property specific compliance committee that we're all familiar with. Tanya Henderson, who the Vice President of Compliance, is heading up that effort. The plan's being drafted and will be submitted to the board for administrative review and feedback shortly. Additionally, at Genting Berhad, there's also another compliance committee that has also been, the plan's been reviewed and approved or acknowledged, by the board. And that one is taking a broader view of the overall group function And then the property compliance committee will then feed also into the group compliance committee. We're trying to address both the public listed company, Ginting Berhad, and all of its functionality. And then we have a property specific one that will deal with the day-to-day. And there will be communication. AG Burnett is the independent member at the Ginting Berhad level. He will also serve as the independent member at the property level. And we have high-level participation. Kong Han Tan, the COO of Ginting Berhad, is on the compliance committee at that level. And then we'll populate the property compliance committee with the traditional senior executives at the property level.
Outstanding, because I think that we all know that that's what needs to happen in today's world. Is other jurisdiction needs to talk to Nevada, and Nevada needs to talk to other jurisdictions.
Exactly. That's why we cross-populated the committee, so that we didn't have to avoid any siloing of concern, as you had just expressed.
I read in the materials. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The surveillance system that has been installed throughout will be operated by Resorts World. Is that correct? Whether it's in Crockford's, Conrad's, etc.
Yes, the surveillance system will be operated by Resorts World.
Now, for security purposes, I'm just wondering if there were an incident, God forbid, in one of the hotels. Is each hotel going to have their own security staff, or pursuant to contractual arrangements, Resorts World will use their security staff for any issues that may arise?
So we partnered with Hilton, but Hilton is only a partnership, somewhat of a franchise. Hilton has no oversee on anything we do. So we're really just using their brand, we use their expertise, we're using their technology, and of course their database. We operate the property. So it's one security team everywhere, a surveillance team, over 5,500 cameras, and of course we have our own security surveillance room too. So those two talk to each other, but they'll oversee the entire complex of the property.
That makes perfect sense. The buck stops with Resorts World. I'm glad to hear that. Well, the last question I had regarding the property itself, and I was just somewhat confused, was, believe it or not, the reward system. I was looking forward to the section on the rewards platform, and it kind of said that you were going to go it alone. In other words, Resorts World, Las Vegas, would operate independently of the international conglomerate, other jurisdictions, but there may be some crossover. Is there any particular reason why you decided to not cross?
First of all, we're going to take advantage of our sister properties here in the United States and then overseas to help us with driving business to Las Vegas, because they all come here. Unfortunately, this new system that we don't have integration yet to tie into our sister properties. That's the plan, that we all tie them all into one another, even our cruise ships. So if a customer goes anywhere, they'll get loyalty points, and then they can redeem them anywhere they go at Resorts World. So we started off with we will have the most sophisticated loyalty casino system. Not only gaming's been so good to us and working with us, not only in Las Vegas, but we think in the world with what we're bringing to the casino floor. And again, I can't thank you and the Gaming Control Board for allowing us to do this, because we think it's important, because we know other properties will follow us after we do this. But that's the plan, is to tie us all in together in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Zabella. And I don't need a response to this, because I look forward to supporting the application and the motion to be made, in the not too distant. I was very pleased to see. I thought the numbers you provided to Gaming Control Board and the Commission, your projection, I thought they were extremely reasonable. I would extremely conservative, and because sometimes you see numbers and you go, huh? Right, not yours. I mean, good for you to say this is what we think. They're conservative, and anything north of these numbers, hey, it's a home run, and we expect a home run. So I'll turn it back to my colleagues for any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Fuchs.
Thank you and welcome. And again, I echo my fellow commissioners' comments on the excellent presentation. And, you know, watching this happen over the past 5 years has been very exciting. And I really can't wait to see the doors open. And just really a few questions and probably more comments. And I apologize if I missed this, but are you still on time and on budget with the doors opening here in a couple weeks?
Well, the chairman's on the call, so yes, we're on. Yes, we're on budget and we're on schedule though. And we were going to open last year at the end of the year, but then we added some scope. We felt that the theater was really important. So that's the only reason why it got delayed. We announced that a year and a half ago that we're opening this
Right.
summer. So we hit the date and I'm happy to say we're on budget.
Well, that's good to hear. And it's on the record. So I appreciate that. And then we all heard it. And then I just want to kind of echo Commissioner Brown's comments, and that it's really unusual to see such a diverse set of operations under one corporate umbrella. And I think it really brings balance to your revenue sources. And as we've all learned over this past year, having one stream can be very difficult. And I think your company has really shown that having those really distinct, diverse revenue sources can come into play when we go through what we went through. And I think it's nice to see such a, I want to say, well-rounded yet unusual balance sheet for the company. It's very interesting. Next is just that it's also comforting to see this is not a one-off venture for the company. It has the support of the entire organization, as demonstrated by the equity investment and also by your intercompany agreements over the first 2 years. I think it kind of takes the pressure off of you the first 2 years when it comes to some of this debt to have the company support. And is that true? I know you have some agreements in place that'll kind of help you through that first few years with the interest and other payments.
Yes, that's part of the agreement with, we've had, the loans were done from the beginning. We never had any questions on the bank's background or anything. And part of the loan is to help us for 2 years with those interest payments in case we don't get there. But we're very comfortable that we won't need that.
And I agree with that, but I think it's important to note that the support that you have, it's not all dependent on what's going to happen in your cash flow in that first 2 years of operations in case there's any hiccups, that you do have backup. And again, that's unusual. You know, a lot of these other companies that have a one stream of operations, you get in a little trouble and it's difficult and can turn things a little upside down. So again, the equity investment and that cash flow arrangement, I think is very nice to see. As well as I will, as cash flow does come in, it's nice to see the leverage step down. I always advocate and deem it appropriate that you bring that down. And I saw in some of the information, I'm not getting too specific because I know it's confidential, that there is a step down over a few years. So thank you for working with your banks I'm sure your banks appreciate it, but we appreciate it also. Lastly, just wanted to say that I think you're wise to have Mr. Burnett leading your compliance. I think you have a true expert there. And as a new entity into Nevada, I think you have the right person on board. So I think their compliance committee is going to be in great shape. And really, that's about it for me. I'm just excited about it. And from a financial perspective, you look like you're in a great place, good cash, good working capital. And again, you're conservative on your projections. So I think it's just a big green light for you and for the state. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Any other commissioners have any questions before I go? Commissioner Solis Rainey.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I too
Yes,
am very excited to have Genting join the Las Vegas Strip. Mr. Lim, I'm sure your father would be incredibly proud of this beautiful property that you have built. I don't have quite the history that that Chairman Moran does, but that too is where I began my gaming career at the start as part of Boyd Gaming. So I love to see such an incredible project being built on that land. And as far as the questions, most of them have been answered. I did have a question just with respect to staffing. I know that you're a few weeks away from opening, and you indicated that you've done most of your offers. How many of the employees have actually started?
So right now we have a little over 1,000, and we have to ramp up to about 5,500. So another 4,000 will be hired in the next 3 weeks. And again, 80% of them have been offered positions, and then process now getting them signed up or processed through the system and getting their uniforms, and that's what we're working on now.
How are you going to accommodate all of the onboarding, I guess, if you will, especially during the COVID times? I understand you have a robust system for vaccinations and such. Is that all part of the same onboarding process?
Yeah, absolutely. From day one, or when all this, when the Gaming Control Board asked us to encourage employees, we've had a whole plan in place to get our employees vaccinated. Today, we're not allowing masks if you got the vaccine, and you have to show us the card. If you don't, we're asking them to wear the mask. And then again, as they get processed, we're having the nurses there, and it's been working. We did a poll a couple months ago, and we had about 500 employees, and we're about the 65-70% range, kind of like everybody else on the strip. But it seems like it's gaining momentum, and people are starting to get the vaccine. And again, we'll be ready and prepared to do whatever happens in the next 5 weeks when whatever guidelines you and the Gaming Control Board give us.
Thank you. And I understand that the theater is going to be deferred a little bit. It's going to open in November. Are the hotels going to all open when you open the doors in June?
Yes, yeah, yes, ma'am. We're there might be a handful of suites, but that was the
Right.
plan. You know, we all agreed that we wanted to try to open everything at once. And again, it's about 95% of the property will be open on the June 24th.
Thank you. This is an incredibly clean application, and I don't have any problem supporting it. The rest of my questions were answered through my colleagues' questions, so I won't take up any more of your time. But I do want to commend you on all of the work that you've done and the investment that you're putting into the state of Nevada and the Las Vegas economy right now. And I too look forward to seeing your diversity and inclusion efforts. You know, that's obviously something that's of importance to the community, to the state, and throughout. So I'm glad to hear that that's something that is on company's radar, and that you're going to be giving us a little bit more information on it at a later time. I don't have anything further. Chair Moran.
Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. All right, I just had a couple. You know, when you're chairman and you allow your colleagues who are all pretty sharp to ask the questions, they usually clear the field pretty good. So there's not a lot that I haven't heard or seen or questions asked on this. You know, I sat through our rump session, listened to our investigators. I watched the board meetings, and now we have you here today with very good counsel representing you. I just wanted to follow up on just a couple of items, just very, very briefly, and then I'll be prepared unless there's some further questions from my commissioners for a motion. And there'll be some further questions on the draft language. But having said that, I was curious because in Nevada, and I'm always interested in what gaming companies do to support the community. To me, that's very important, to be a good community partner. And following up on Commissioner Brown's question about the charities, I was curious about, in your other locations outside the United States, is your community involvement, can we expect it to be of the same magnitude of what you do in other jurisdictions? Can we expect that here in Las Vegas and in Nevada and wherever you have a gaming operation being very, very involved? So I wanted to hear a little bit more how Nevada and you perceive charitable involvement is going to stack up against what you do in other locations. So I don't know who that would be addressed to, but I'd like to have a response to that. Perhaps Mr. Clayton could answer that for me.
Sure.
Or Mr. Sabella.
Yeah, I believe Chairman Moran, I believe Chairman KT Lim is going to speak to that.
Yeah,
okay, very good.
Chairman Moran, it's for the record, KT Lim here. Yes, throughout the group, we do support our local communities. For instance, here in Malaysia, the group was the founding member of of a charity organization that I led the setup for, called the Community Chest, which is to support ethnic schools and the education as a startup. For that, we contributed part of the profits that came from the company that we devoted fully to this charity called the Community Chest. And I think you may know the function of that is similar to other organizations throughout the world under the same name, that as the name said, it is to support the community. This being our largest undertaking in the US, of course, we have to defer, to my local team in terms of coming up with how we're going to approach the group's efforts for the benefit of the Vegas community. I think as we speak, and Mr. Scott would be able, Mr. Sabella would be able to elaborate a bit more as to the plans where he can. But as I understand it, he and I are already working on something to with the Alzheimer's organization as a launch event. So maybe I let Mr. Sabella to say a few words on that. But by the way, I think during our first submission to the board and the commission, we did speak about Alzheimer's being very close to my heart. And I'm glad to report that we are making great progress in terms of the research efforts into Alzheimer's. So, Mr. Sabella.
Very, very good. Thank you for sharing that with us. That to me is very important, and I appreciate you laying that out. I had a question for perhaps either Mr. Sabella or Ms. Wong, and it dealt with the COVID procedures and things that you're doing going forward here as they compare to other locations you're in. I wanted to try to see how our requirements, our procedures, and how you anticipate following the protocols here in Nevada on that stack up against what you're doing also in other jurisdictions. So I don't know if that would be a question directed to Mr. Sabella or Ms. Wong, but either of them could take that perhaps.
Yeah. So Scott Sabella for the record. Yeah, Chair Moran, like I mentioned, health and safety was our top priority before the pandemic even happened. You know, working in this industry for so long, and Chairman and I would talk about it, is we wanted to make sure we had the best air quality that money can buy. And what we set up in this property, there will be no smoke lingering. So it's safe air. And then all of a sudden the pandemic hit. So all we did was add to it. How can we make it better? All the way to the rooms. So when it came to air quality, we spent whatever we had to spend. When it comes to technology, and you don't have to deal with employees, or you can do more on your phone, we spent a lot of time on that. How we clean the rooms, how we clean the property, everything we do, we learn from these companies we partnered with and best practices from our sister property all over the world. Because like you said, we have a lot of guidelines, but they're much stricter over in Asia. So what they have to do in Singapore and in Malaysia are things that we're learning that we're doing here. We do hope and we think that there won't be a lot of restrictions when we open, but it doesn't mean our guests and employees still don't want to feel safe. And that's all we talk about, is how we clean the rooms. If you don't want a tenant in your room, we can just bring you a nice bag. No one will visit your room for 3 days. We kind of put a seal on the room when you enter, knowing it's been completely clean. You're the first one in here. Tell us if you want maid service or not. Things like that throughout the whole property is all we talk about and really concentrated on. And at the same time, following the guidelines that that we're asked to do. But we have learned a lot from from the properties up and down the strip, and definitely our sister properties overseas and in New York.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mrs. Vela. You've been in front of the commission many times over the years, and every time
Yeah.
I see your name, I'm kind of excited to see that you're going to appear in front of us because you're so knowledgeable, and we appreciate that. And my last question is to you as well, and it kind of came out of a question that you were asked at the board meeting as to the relationship. You know, you have some high-tech games, you have some very interesting gaming, interlinking things. And I know that you mentioned one of my favorite chiefs, Chief Barbie, in your discussion and how helpful he was. So my overall question would be number one, and probably one of my last ones would be, how would you describe your experience, since you've had other licensings over the years, how would you describe your involvement with our staff, such as Chief Barbie and people that are in that division compared to other locations that you've seen? Would you, I think you described it as very helpful, but I wanted you to espouse just a little bit more on how helpful our staff may have been to you and how you viewed your treatment through the application process.
I'd love to. This one's been a little bit interesting because there's been a lot of changes on the boards. So we've been educating a lot of the new board members on all the things we're doing. But of course, Chief Barbie understands this better than anybody. And he's just accepted us with open arms from 2 years ago. Because when we brought things to him like, hey, we're building this and we want to be the most sophisticated state-of-art casino in the world. And it scared him a little bit, but these are things that are happening in other jurisdictions. We're just adding it all to one area. And a lot of properties can't do it because of the infrastructure and the systems they have in place. Again, it's been over a decade since something like this is open. So technology has changed. So we're able to do a lot of different things. But again, I mean, there's going to be 8 or 9 trials that we're going to have when we open the door. And if I try to do that with Chief Barbie years ago, he'd say, you're crazy. But their team's been working with us and they understand the importance that we have to open up that way. And then it's a great opportunity for everybody up and down the strip to do what we're doing. We're not going to be the only one doing it. We'll be the first one, but we want to share this with everybody. So we'll be the trial property. But to answer your question, they've just been outstanding, not through this process, but 2 years ago, we met with them on what we want to do. And they gave us the guidelines and they helped us along the way. And I couldn't say enough really good things about all the help that we've gotten.
Very, very good. Thank you. And I appreciate that response. I, at this point, don't have any additional questions. I would see if my fellow colleagues have any. Commissioner Cohen has no. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Brown. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I just wanted to make sure we're also considering Mr. Lavoie today. And if that's the case, if we could maybe hear just a minute of a presentation from Mr. Lavoie.
From Mr. Lavoie, would you like to
Please,
speak
just
to
a
Mr.
quick
Lavoie?
introduction. I haven't met
Okay,
him.
very good.
Thank you.
All right, is Mr. Lavoie ready to do a short presentation in response to Commissioner Brown's request?
For the record, Mark Clayton, yes, Chairman Moran, Peter Lavoie will make a presentation. There should have been distributed a confidential 2 or 3 slides financial overview that was distributed. You should have, but it is confidential and would ask that it not be made part of the public record. Obviously, the numbers, Mr. Lavoie will speak to it, but there's some sensitivity around some of the numbers, obviously. So with that, I'll turn it over.
I think she's referring to this.
And you should be aware that, as you are, that we have received confidential copies of that report, and I do not intend to have anybody go into the confidential nature of that. So I believe Commissioner Brown may have some questions outside the scope of that confidential report that we will not disclose at this time.
Yes, Commissioner Peter Lavoie, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. So on the financials, clearly commissioners did take a look at it, and we are in great shape. So I'll just say that much about them. I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the parent company and the support they've given us, so that we do have plenty of headroom, plenty of runway, especially opening in this strange time. Right. That's why you look at our forecast. We're very conservative, because who knew what was going to happen, even 6 months ago, let alone further. So we're very excited that, the market's opening up. The numbers we're seeing as we start to sell rooms have been very, very positive. So I think we're in great shape for opening in this time. I don't know if there's any personal questions about my background, or if you want me to just touch on my history either way.
If you would, please, I just wanted to hear a little bit about yourself. I've, watched the board presentation, but just for everyone's edification, just a quick hello and introduction.
Yeah. So born and raised here in Las Vegas. In fact, my father was born here as well. And Mr. Chair Moran, your father and my grandfather actually served on the force together. So we go back in Vegas a ways. And so I grew up here, went to UNLV, accounting degree, started working off strip location, and then found my way into MGM Resorts when they're opening Bellagio, and there was an opening just similar to what's happening with us today. You got a property and there's a lot of opportunity. So I spent 22 years with MGM Resorts, fantastic company. At one point I thought I'd retire from there, as I said to the Gaming Control Board. And the timing worked out where I happened to have my contract was up, and when these properties open, as we all know, it's pretty special. Right, you're changing the landscape of Las Vegas. You're adding a lot of jobs, and so I kind of had my eye on it. And then when Scott was there, it just worked out perfect. Again, he's a fantastic leader, amazing operator. So that's how I found my way to the project, and super happy to be here and excited that this thing's going to take off. And we're, again, like we said, on time, on budget, with plenty of runway.
Thank you so much for that response. I think you bring a wealth of experience with you, and it's good to have somebody from such a local level with perspective and historical background. So I appreciate the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. I might add, Mr. Lavoie, that I knew your grandfather very well. I was going through some old files I had at my house recently, and I came across a picture of Joe Lavoie in uniform with Frank Sinatra and my father standing on a street corner downtown in their uniforms. So I have a lot of history with Joe Lavoie. The Lavoie Apartments, which I'm sure you're aware where those were at, but Joe Lavoie, being a police officer of great report over the years, had a piece of property with your grandmother, and that property had a few little apartments on it. Coincidentally, those apartments and that property was located right where the main runway to McCarran Airport is now. So it turned out very good for everybody. So it was a good thing, and he was a great guy. Having said that, I don't have any other questions. I did want to ask your attorney, Mr. Clayton, on the conditions. You've looked at those and the revised order. Is all of that in order according to you? And
yes, it is.
With that?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. As well as also the revised order of registration draft number 1. That's in proper order as well.
Okay, very good then.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry, apologies.
Yes.
I'm on the screen.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, yes. From a distance, yes.
I apologize. I had a couple of things. One I missed, and two I missed, and Commissioner Brown covered the introduction to Mr. Lavoie, which I was happy to hear from. I had one other question that maybe I don't know how much you can get into now, but when I was looking at the materials in your presentation, I did notice that you're building on like 2/3 of the land, I believe is what you said. Do you have any plans that you can share for the additional land on that?
No, the chairman's dream and the company's goal is always to add rooms.
Okay.
So we know we have the land, and then we built it purposely with these open areas where we could build more rooms, more attractions, and then of course COVID hit. So we kind of put that on the side and just concentrate on getting this open on time and on budget. But I think when we get up and running, we'll always be open to listen to ideas and things like that. But the plan is to add more rooms and create a city within a city is our goal and again, more attractions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's very nicely situated to allow for that. So thank you. And then one comment that I had intended to make and noticed I missed was Ms. Wong, your financial presentation was very, very easy to read. And obviously the numbers look good. And I think you're nicely situated financially, but just the ease of reading the presentation stood out to me. So I wanted to say thank you for that. And I don't have anything further and would go ahead and go pass to the chairman if anybody else has anything.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other questions, first of all, from the commission? Any follow-up questions? I don't see any. Okay, are we prepared for any motions and or discussions? I see Commissioner Fuchs is
I'll go ahead and make a motion if we're
very
ready.
good, certainly.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as recommended and conditioned by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing, everybody shaking their head no. I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, unanimously carries. Motion is approved, and good luck to you all.
Congratulations.
And welcome.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Good luck
Looking
to you
forward to
all.
a great project. It'll be a great project, so we look forward to seeing it open and running. Wonderful. Good luck to you.
And Mr. Zabella, there's still room for a golf course on the property.
I don't think we have enough land.
All right, I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this point and catch our breath. Thank you, Mr. Clayton, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. How you doing, Marie? You know, it gives you a headache too. What it does. You make anything easier on you today? Good when you don't have to call out every single vote for every single. Yeah, no. Yeah, yeah. Bingo. Let's go with it. Well, when we're all here together, I get to the bill, you know? We're gonna take 1 and 2 together. Yeah, that'll be. Remember how these things used to be. Everybody in the family. Everybody. We've been about 10 minutes. You guys ready to go? Want to give us the countdown?
Yeah,
whenever you're ready,
Chair, we're good.
Is Rosa on? You want to give me the 5, 4, or you want to just go for it straight out?
I'll give you
Go ahead.
3, 2, 1.
All right. Welcome back. We have everybody on for this next item. Madam Secretary, would you like to call the next item?
Yes, your next two items I will read together. Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Entain PLC for registration as a publicly traded corporation, a finding of suitability as sole shareholder, and for amendment to its order of registration. It is also the applications of Entain Holdings UK Limited, Entain Marketing UK Limited, Ladbrokes Coral Group Limited, Ladbrokes Holdco Inc., Ladbrokes Subco LLC, and GBC Holdings USA Inc. for registration as an intermediary company, a finding of suitability as sole shareholder, sole member and manager, and for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of BWIN Party USA Inc. for licensure as an interactive gaming service provider.
All
And
right.
non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Entain PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering and BWIN Party USA Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval on both of these items. I believe we have a disclosure also on these items.
All right, very good. Let's take the disclosure at this time.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I do have 2 disclosures to make for non-restricted item number 1 and for non-restricted item number 2. The law firm where I'm a partner, Louis Roca, is adverse to Stadium Technology Group LLC in a transactional matter. The agreement has been fully executed for years, and Stadium is indirectly owned by Entain by way of its acquisition of Ladbrokes. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Louis Roca's role as counsel for the party adverse to Stadium. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, it is.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Okay. Would you like to note your appearances? Mr. Clayton, who's with you?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Moran, Commissioners. For the record, I am Mark Clayton, outside gaming counsel to Entain PLC. Also present with me is my colleague, Erica Okeberg. As indicated by the Executive Secretary, we are before you today seeking the Commission's licensing of Entain. 2 weeks ago, the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended the licensing of Entain for a 3-year period. We have also distributed a confidential presentation and would request that it be treated as such and not made part of the public record. In turning to that presentation, and as the start of our affirmative presentation, slides 2 and 3 detail today's presenters and the company's affirmative presentation. As you will hear, Entain has expanded its board of directors portfolio, added new non-executive directors, has continued to strengthen its governance and compliance processes, and its regulatory strategy is focused on regulated markets, responsible gaming, and sustainability. We believe this demonstrates that the Nevada Gaming Control Board's and the Nevada Gaming Commission's trust in Entain in 2019 was well placed. The company has met the Gaming Control Act's burdens for licensing. First to present today will be Entain's board chairman, Barry Gibson, who you will recall was before the commission for his personal licensing in February. Mr. Gibson.
Thank you very much, indeed, Mark, and good morning, Chair Moran and commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. It's a shame that we're not there in person, and having just seen the presentation by Genting, and I think next time I'm coming to Las Vegas, I'm going to go and stay and enjoy that great facility, which is going to keep the Strip ahead of the world in terms of entertainment and fun in gambling. Since we got our first approval from you 2 years ago, there have been significant changes at what is now called Entain, previously we were called GVC. I joined the board in November 2019 and became chairman in February 2020. We have launched a new corporate identity, Entain, but that's just a kind of wrapper around big changes that have gone on in the organization. I've overseen a CEO change from Kenny Alexander, who left in July 2020. I've replaced and increased the number of non-executive directors and broadened their experience, and I'm delighted that I've got 2 very good and very experienced US citizens who are on our board now, and both come from a great gaming background. We've refocused the business, and now over 99% of all our revenue comes from regulated and regulating markets, and we've committed to generate 100% of our revenue from that jurisdiction by the end of 2023. And just to explain what we mean by regulated and regulating markets, probably the best example is the Canadian example, where there's a tolerance regime in Canada. People are able to service the market from outside of the country, but they are in the process of introducing legislation to regularize that arrangement. That's what we would call a regulating market. So 99% of all our revenue comes from regulated or regulating markets. And should just say that, of course, we don't operate in any illegal markets at all. We've launched a new sustainability charter, cementing our leading position in the responsible gambling space. We want to make sure that our employees, our senior executives, also get remunerated. Part of their bonus is paid by making sure that we've got those objectives of looking after our customers. So I turn over to page 6. Just in headline terms, the strategy of Entain is we want to be a world leader in sports betting and gaming entertainment. And in fact, outside of the US, we are already one of the leaders in the world. We want to make sure that our customers are looked after and that we offer trusted and exciting entertainment. We're already moving towards a leadership position in the US market with our friends at MGM. And as I mentioned in February when we met, of course, MGM do enjoy working with us so much that they wanted to marry us. We decided at that stage, although we were enjoying walking out together, now was not quite the right time to join, but we are great friends and we enjoy working with them. And between us, we are building our position in the US to be really very significant indeed. We want to deliver value for our customers, our people, the communities that we live and work in, and of course for our shareholders. It is important for me to say, though, that we have got an unequivocal commitment to sustainability. Regulated or regulating markets, responsibility. We're taking a scientific approach to safer betting and gaming. And you'll hear more from my colleagues as we go through the presentation about how we're looking after and using our world-leading technology to improve player safety. On corporate governance, we're best in class. We've strengthened our board and we've got even better processes and controls. For people and communities, we want to be the best place to work, and you'll hear from my colleagues about that in a little while. And we've committed to donate $138 million to the Entain Foundation over the next 5 years. We actually do believe that looking after your customers, looking after your colleagues creates a great business, and that's exactly what we want to do. And you probably recall that I come from a retail background, and looking after customers, offering great value, great service, and value for money is what makes any business sustainable and successful. So with that, let me hand you over to our CEO, Jette.
Good morning, Chairman Moran, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jette Nygaard, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Entain. Before starting my presentation, I would also like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to present today. So if I can ask you to turn to page 9 in the presentation. I took the helm as CEO of Entain in January, having been a non-executive director serving on the board since December 2019. The last 25 years of my career has been in media and entertainment industry, also working with sports broadcasting and digital businesses. Therefore, digital transformation has been a key theme in my career, as well as understanding how new technology drives new consumer behavior and how this impacts business models, and ultimately how important it is to always put the customer in the center of your business. And if I'm turning now the page to page 10. So I don't know how much you know about Entain, but we are a global company with 24,000 employees, including 3,000 technology experts. We have 24 offices in 18 countries, and in the United States, we operate BetMGM as part of our joint venture with MGM Resorts International. We are locally licensed in 27 markets around the world. We believe, as Barry said, that the best companies are the most sustainable companies. And as you've heard, we've launched a new sustainability charter, which have seen us exit a number of markets. And today, 99% of our revenue is generated from regulated or regulating markets. And we are further committed to have 100% of revenues coming from domestically licensed markets, latest in 2023. As Barry mentioned, we are market leaders where we operate, and this has led us to become a company that generates approximately $5.2 billion in net revenue and approximately $1.2 billion in EBITDA in 2020. So if I can ask you now to turn to page 11. In July 2018, after PASPA was repealed, we partnered with MGM Resorts International to form BetMGM. And over the last years, we have built this business together, and BetMGM is now live in 12 states in the United States. Entain owns 50% of BetMGM, and BetMGM provides all customer gambling and customer interactions. Entain provides all technology, business operations such as CRM and trading platforms, products, as well as our knowledge from around the world to BetMGM. BetMGM today has 500 employees here in the United States, but is also supported by the Entain team, including 3,000 technology experts and 350 agents in Entain's customer service operations. Turning to slide 12, please. We are also constantly thinking about how to innovate and develop our business into new audiences and new products, making sure that as technology develops and customer behavior change and digital entertainment evolves, so do our customer offerings. We're therefore innovating around games, bringing new types of games and interactive advertisement, entertainment to our brands. But we're also looking at adjacent gaming products where we can use our existing technology and capabilities. And finally, in the bottom of the slide, as new entertainment ecosystems are emerging, for instance, around regulating esports, we are developing technologies and propositions which could cater to this area. Now, it's still early days for that industry, and it is a fast-growing market, so it's an area where we are taking a step-by-step approach as the industry matures. Turning to page 13. As our chairman mentioned, player protection is of highest priority to us, and responsible gaming is core to our strategy. We have a dedicated customer protection team of more than 250 specialists with specialist training supporting our customers and our customer-facing areas. Our responsible gambling approach is centered around 3 pillars: safer gambling, so monitoring behaviors and offering a wide variety of tools; anti-money laundering and source of funds, so enhanced due diligence around customers and funds; and finally, affordability. So even if the behavior and the funds are okay, what is the affordability of the customer? But we're constantly developing and improving our protection to be the absolute best it can. On this page, you can see some of the key milestones and innovations, and I'm pleased that many of these efforts has been widely recognized. Martin Lütschke will go into more detail later on, so I will only touch upon the latest innovation program, which is a revolutionizing approach to player protection, which we called ARC, and it stands for Advanced Responsibility and Care Program. If I can ask you to turn to the next page, please. We fundamentally believe that the best protection is the one that is tailored to you, and it's proactive and it's real time. We announced the launch of our ARC program in 2020, and I know you hear about responsible gaming from other companies, but without Entain takes a new approach to responsible gaming using our leading technology. So it combines our technology and data with artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms, with research on problem gambling, and with the latest science. Now, player protection is about much more than actual losses. So phase 1 of this program of ARC therefore identifies new markers of protection, such as customers increasing frequency of play or chasing losses, and redesigning customer tools. We are currently trialing this live in the UK. Next step will then be to add tailored inceptors and start real-time interventions. And for the first phase of development, we will roll out a predictive risk model so that we'll be able to advance from mainly focusing on reactive interventions, which is how the industry operates today, and instead we'll be able to proactively intervene in real time. This, of course, leads to a much more tailored and better experience for the customer. And we will show you an example of a customer journey later in the presentation. This was what I had planned to present, and I would now like to hand over to our CFO, Rob Wood.
Thank you, Jette, and good morning, Chairman Moran. Good morning, Commissioners. So I'm Rob Woods. I'm the CFO and Deputy CEO of Entain. Just a really short update from me today, starting with page 16 of your packs, if you wanted to turn to that. This slide summarizes the key financial metrics of our most recent financial year, 2020. And hopefully this slide will demonstrate on a page that Entain is in very good financial health. If I pick out a few of the numbers for you, you can see in the top left that we're growing our online business very nicely. Our revenue grew by 28% last year, and EBITDA was up by 50% for our online business. And 2021 has also started well. We announced our Q1 numbers a few weeks ago, and our Q1 revenue growth was up by 32%. So strong growth by anyone's standards. The next number along on this slide shows that we made £843 million of EBITDA in 2020. So that's nearly $1.2 billion, as Jette mentioned earlier. And really pleasingly, that EBITDA number was up year on year, up 11%, despite the fact that our retail estates across Europe were closed for many months of the year due to the pandemic. In the bottom of this slide in the middle, you can see that we generated underlying free cash flow of a little over £500 million. And also our accessible cash at year end was just under £700 million. So there's really no shortage of liquidity. And we also have a relatively modest ratio of debt to EBITDA. And the number in the bottom right of this slide shows that that ratio was down at 2.1 times at year end. So these strong financial numbers all mean that, well, firstly, we're a very large company. We're around the 50th largest company on the London Stock Exchange. And more importantly, it means that we have the flexibility and the firepower to pursue our strategies. And one of those growth strategies is around M&A, mergers and acquisitions. And I'll touch on that briefly on the next slide, on slide 17. So this slide looks at how that we've now completed the lion's share of the integration work of the acquisition of Ladbrokes Coral from back in 2018. Now that that's done, we're able to pursue further M&A opportunities again, and we have an exciting pipeline of targets. Generally, the targets are small sort of bolt-on businesses, and so far we've done 2 deals like that this year. We've acquired a business called NLabs and a business called BetPT. Both of those acquisitions are right on strategy of expanding into new markets, expanding into regulated markets. NLabs takes us into the 3 Baltic countries. So that's Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And BetPT takes us into Portugal. So we've added 4 new regulated markets, and that now takes our total to 27 regulated markets around the globe. And both of those companies are leading operators in their own markets and growing well. And now we can turbocharge that growth by leveraging Entain's products and technology. That's all I intended to cover. So thank you for your time, and let me hand over now to Rob Hoskin.
Thanks, Rob. Good morning, Chairman Moran and Commissioners. My name is Robert Hoskin, and I'm Entain's Chief Governance Officer. I would like to update you on our governance and compliance status, and would refer you to slide 19, where you can see the current board and senior executive governance structure. And then turning to slide 20, you can see the executive governance roles, which are reporting into the Chief Governance Officer. And then on slides 21 and 22, we've set out the significant governance steps the group has taken over the last 5 years. And touching on the main governance and compliance developments since we last appeared before you 2 years ago, I'd like to refer you to slide 23. Since February 2019, all new payment processing partners are required to go through a formal due diligence process upon onboarding, with oversight and approvals from the Payment Processing Governance Committee. The due diligence process was reviewed and updated in February 2020 and continues to be improved. This is not a static process, and payment partners are subject to ongoing review with oversight from the Payment Processing Governance Committee, taking into account new risks arising in the sector and the emergence of new technologies. Entain has appointed 2 partners from external legal firms specializing in payments to support this committee to provide additional oversight and expertise as to industry developments and best practice. Entain also continues to invest significantly in its AML compliance function. The group has extensive operational resource in place through dedicated teams. These local teams, provided with clear operational procedures and issues, are escalated to the appropriate team where necessary. Policies and procedures are subject to ongoing review including regular gap analysis exercise being undertaken. Policies, procedures, and strategy are overseen by an executive compliance committee, which meets on a monthly basis and considers the adequacy of controls to meet legal requirements, as well as items such as high spend customers and source of wealth, source of funds matters. The board's ESG committee is actively involved in overseeing effective management of AML risk and compliance, and the Money Laundering Reporting Officer has direct access and reports quarterly to the ESG committee. We have 604 colleagues now employed in AML, regulatory compliance, and responsible gaming at an annual cost of $20 million. Entain has also adopted a revised group-wide anti-bribery policy with the assistance and advice of the law firm Paul Hastings in Europe. This includes training for all colleagues and targeted training for key people, including face-to-face training from a Paul Hastings partner for board members, senior executives, and employees in higher risk roles. Turning to slide 24, in relation to board reporting, the company secretary has reviewed and enhanced the process for board and board committee reporting with effect from 2020. This review was instigated to ensure that information is provided to the board in a more consistent and standardized format, allowing for the board to more easily review, digest, and take decisions on important issues. On board committees, the group continues to ensure that its 4 board committees have in-depth knowledge of the group's operations and are actively involved in the oversight of the business and strategic decisions. These committees are comprised of experienced non-executive directors with extensive industry and corporate experience. 3 new experienced non-executive directors were appointed to the board in March 2021, all of whom are involved in board committee activities. To more effectively manage conflicts of interest, the group adopted a formal conflicts of interest policy and programme that requires directors and senior employees to declare outside interests or possible conflicts. This programme is managed centrally by the company secretariat function, reporting to the board. If I could move to slide 25, we brought in an independent third-party expert firm, Alvarez & Marsal, to carry out an independent assessment of our governance and compliance controls and processes. The assessment has concluded that, quote, Entain has put in place all the key components of a compliance framework to enable it to identify and manage its compliance and regulatory risks, and that Entain's design of the compliance framework does not have any significant gaps. Alvarez & Marsal also observed, quote, a good tone from the top that is driving the development of strong governance over compliance issues, and that there has been a significant investment in both resources and technology to develop and implement the compliance framework over recent years. To assist Entain to better understand the US regulatory environment and regulator expectations, we established a US Regulatory Advisory Committee, details of which are set out on slide 26. The committee consists of members of Entain's governance team and 3 former US regulators, Dennis Nylander of your great state, George Rover from New Jersey, and Ronnie Jones from Louisiana. The committee's purpose is to provide a sounding board for Entain to review the group's regulatory policies and procedures on a continuous basis, in particular its regulatory compliance, responsible gaming, integrity, and due diligence procedures, and to give guidance to Entain's management on best practices within the US industry related to the aforementioned areas. Turning now to slide 27, there's a summary there of Entain's regulatory strategy, which my colleagues have already touched on. But just to repeat, Entain Group is currently licensed in 27 countries and this includes 12 US states. We're committed to generating 100% of our revenues from locally regulated markets by the end of 2023. We're currently generating 99% of our revenues from markets which are regulated or regulating. The chairman has touched on what we mean by regulating markets. So Canada, Brazil, the Netherlands are also examples. In relation to the remaining 1%, these are sometimes referred to as grey markets, and I want to assure the Commission that these do not include black or illegal markets such as China or Iran, for instance. This small number of remaining markets are countries such as New Zealand that tolerate offshore gambling companies offering gambling services hosted overseas to their population and do not seek to enforce against these operators. In conclusion, Entain runs the most conservative regulatory strategy of the international online gambling operators. So I've explained how we've done a great deal to make our governance and compliance processes best in class. But I just want to turn to my last slide, slide 28, to a legacy matter we're dealing with at the moment. Commissioners will be aware that the group is involved in an investigation to a legacy online Turkish-facing gambling business, which we sold in 2017. On the 28th of November 2019, GVC Holdings UK was served with a production order relating to the group's legacy Turkish-facing business by the UK tax authority, Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. Entain immediately instructed external legal counsel and has established a dedicated independent committee of the board to deal with matters arising out of the investigation. Entain understands that HMRC's investigation commenced in 2016 in relation to the third party who provided payment solutions to the group's legacy Turkish-facing business, which was disposed of in December 2017. On the 20th of July 2020, HMRC notified GVC that it had widened its investigation to cover the group in relation to, quote, potential corporate offending of the UK Bribery Act. Our response has been, in relation to the production order, to produce all the documents thus far requested by HMRC, and we will continue to fully cooperate with HMRC. HMRC is at the information gathering stage of the investigation, which can often take a number of years to conclude. And the group commits to keeping the Nevada Gaming Control Board fully updated of any material developments in relation to this investigation. Thank you, Chairman Moran and Commissioners. I would now like to hand over to my colleague, Virginia McDowell, who will give an update on Entain's ESG matters.
Thank you,
Very
Rob.
good, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Rob, and good morning to Chairman Moran and Commissioners. My name for the record is Virginia McDowell, and I am an independent non-executive director at Entain and chair of the ESG committee. If you'll please turn to slide 30. Rob Hoskins just spoken about how we have continued to strengthen our governance culture since I joined the board in 2018, and since I last testified before this commission as our CSR, now ESG committee chair in 2019. Commissioners Fuchs and Sullis Rainey both noted our emphasis on compliance at that hearing. I can tell you firsthand that our commitment to governance has continued to strengthen since then, as evidenced by Rob's slide 23, that we now have over 600 employees in AML regulatory compliance and responsible gaming. But today, I'd like to speak to you about our commitment to our people. At Entain, we recognize that we're only as strong as our team and that we need to provide resources, support, and training to our 24,000 colleagues around the world. We aspire not only to being a world-class leader in governance and responsible gaming, but also a world-class best place to work. Our values revolve around the well-being of our colleagues, a strong diversity and inclusion platform, and reducing environmental impact. Before the full force of the pandemic caused lockdowns on a global level, we were able to support all of our nearly 8,200 office-based colleagues to work from home by sourcing laptops or providing delivery of computer equipment to our colleagues' homes. This scope spanned India, the Philippines, South America, Europe, and of course in the US with our BetMGM partners. Our employees have given us high marks on our pandemic response. In a May 2020 employee survey, 87% indicated that the company had cared for their well-being. And in our global employee opinion survey from April of 2021, 88% of our employees indicated that they believe they work for a company that takes safer gambling seriously. Diversity and inclusion programs are a foundation of our company, and certainly for me personally. In our appendix on slides 58 and 59, we have highlighted our inclusion roadmaps and events for 2021, which include events for mental health awareness, autistic pride, Black history, trans rights, and of course, advancing the career of women across our global workforce. We've partnered with Girls Who Code to help close the gender gap in technology, and we are now one of the organization's most significant global partners. We are a member of the All in Diversity Project, an initiative that benchmarks diversity, equality, and inclusion for the global gaming sector. And we currently rank #1 on their index for 2020. Entain is also a sustaining partner of Nevada-based Global Gaming Women, helping to build the next generation of female leaders in the gaming industry. As Barry indicated earlier, we have made a $138 million commitment to the Entain Foundation over 5 years. The foundation supports our global ESG initiatives and donations, including projects with a clear link to our global communities. Entain also has a significant role to play in reducing our environmental footprint, and we have committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 15% per colleague by the end of 2021, and that data is being independently verified by the Carbon Trust. We have also achieved an MSCI ESG rating of AA. It is now my pleasure to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Martin Lichka.
Thank you very much, Virginia. Good morning, Chairman Moran. Good morning to you, commissioners. For the record, my name is Martin Lichka, and I'm Entain's Senior Vice President for American Regulatory Affairs and Responsible Gambling. With your kind permission, I would like to turn your attention to slides 33 and the following slides that provide more details, as our CEO has suggested, about the operational side of our existing robust responsible gambling program, and also an overview of corporate social responsibility projects that we have launched in the United States, including in the Silver State of Nevada. Entain truly believes that doing good RG means doing good gambling business. And this is absolutely critical to long-term sustainability of any market, including the sports betting markets and internet gaming markets in the United States. Together with our great friends and partners from MGM Resorts International and BetMGM, Entain has been the guiding light in the industry's transformative process towards further enhancing the levels of consumer protection. So how do we go about it? My colleagues have already suggested that we do it by means of leveraging our technology, but we also do it by means of educating all relevant stakeholders. If I now may turn your attention to slide 34, that depicts responsible gambling journey that we put every single customer of ours on. As I've already stated, so the existing process is already very robust, but we continue improving it even further. Already upon registration, every single customer is encouraged to set limits, for example, deposit limits or loss limits. And as soon as any such customer starts playing with any of the Entain brands, a protective responsible gambling shield if you will, is extended over that play and the customer's behavior. It consists of a set of algorithms. As you may see on the slide, we're moving from the initial set of 7 algorithms to even more granular set of technology, 26 algorithms going forward, and that's combined with an interceptor technology that we've launched that in practical terms allows Entain to take control over the sites while customers are playing and steering them towards our responsible gambling controls so that they're duly protected and we prevent them from landing in trouble. Finally, besides all the technology, I would suggest that a human element to responsible gambling is also extremely important. And this is why we provide enhanced training to all our customer services staff so that they are able to help our customers. We, of course, and if I may turn your attention to the next slide, slide 35, continue evaluating, improving, and developing all these processes. On slide 35, we have flagged up but a few statistics that I hope suggests that just like Entain has subscribed to long-term sustainability of all its markets and responsible gambling, so have our customers. We have further improved the levels of interaction with the customers, and customers are even more prepared to voluntarily restrict their play on our site. Finally, just like we have stuck up for our employees, as Virginia suggested, during the pandemic lockdown, we have done the same for our customers, having introduced additional COVID-specific algorithms that will continue monitoring customers' behavior during these difficult times. On slides 36 and 37, with another kind permission of yours, I will just highlight a few corporate social responsibility projects that the Entain Foundation US, which is part of the global Entain Foundation, has launched in the United States, including in the state of Nevada. The foundation is member of both the National Council on Problem Gambling, and in step with the previous debate around the Ganton presentation, it actually may be of interest that just last week, together with the National Council and the Las Vegas-based organization RG247, we've launched a dedicated responsible gambling microsite for the veterans community. We're also a member of the Nevada Council on Problem Gambling. We have set out on a journey to educate professional and college athletes. We've supported a number of technological initiatives that are designed to further improve the levels of consumer protection throughout the United States markets. And last but not least, we have a 5-year research partnership with the Division on Addiction of the Harvard Medical School. Regarding sustainability projects, the Entain is privileged to have partnered up in this regard with a number of organizations in the city of Las Vegas and the wider Clark County, including UNLV, the International Gaming Institute, and also in step with our commitment to diversity and supporting women in technology, we become the funding and founding supporter of UNLV Blackfire's Women's Innovation Igniter project. And with that, I would like to thank you for your kind attention and turn it back to our CEO, Jette Nygaard.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
And thank you again, Chairman Moran and commissioners, for your time this morning. I hope we have given you a good overview of Entain and how the business has evolved. So to sum up, our last slide is 39. The last 2 years, Entain has made significant improvements to governance and compliance processes. We have a new chairman of the board, we have a new management team, and we have brought in new competencies and experiences to the board of directors. We have a new strategy, and this includes a new regulatory strategy and a comprehensive sustainability charter. As part of this, our ambition is to lead with a new tech-led approach to player protection. And as management team at Entain, we are fully focused on and committed to deliver on this strategy. This ends our prepared presentation, and I would like to hand it back to the commission for questions or comments.
Thank you very much. What a great presentation. We could literally spend weeks on this one item alone, as you're well aware. There's so many areas that are so interesting and very advanced that you're doing in your operation, not only with women, but with problem gaming and some of these other areas. They're very intriguing, and I'm glad to see that you're affirmatively getting very involved in that. I have a number of questions. I'm not going to lead off here, though. I'm gonna take it back to my colleagues and let them ask their questions, keeping in mind that we have a great staff that prepares us for these meetings, and we've looked at volumes on this matter of materials. We also have the benefit of having a great board that makes recommendations to us, and some of us have seen and watched that board meeting as well. So I think we're fully prepared to cover some areas of interest to the particular commissioners. And having said that, I'm at this time going to ask Commissioner Cohen if he'd like to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was present in 2019, not as on the commission, but in the gallery viewing it as I started active the following month. What is quite evident to me is at that first hearing, you were taking on water. This company was taking on significant water. There was problems across every part of your corporate ship. But today we sit here, at least I sit here, and I see a markedly changed philosophy, a markedly changed company, all to your credit. You've done a remarkable job, changing the face of the leadership. You've added personnel, layers and layers of, authentications and help, which I think is just a wonderful place to be. So I am not going to go ahead and go over in detail what you've already been through with the board, but I do have a number of questions, just trying to find out where we are on certain things. You raised, and again, whoever wants to answer these questions is fine, but I was just curious as to slide number 25, Alvarez and Marsal's independent assessment of compliance arrangements. Did that address the compliance arrangements in the United States, in particular Nevada?
Robert Hoskin, for the record, Commissioner. It didn't. It was focused on the Entain business rather than the BET MGM business, which has, although we own 50% of it, it's got its own management team. So this was focused on the international business.
Thank you. And I know that regarding the HM Revenue and Customs investigation, and I realize that there isn't a lot of information available other than your cooperative investigation. And this question may be best answered by Mr. Clayton or Mr. Openberg or Ms. McDowell. Have any of the other parties been charged in this? Our background materials suggest that there were other companies that were under investigation. Is everybody in the same pot and they're all going through this, or is there actually other companies that have been charged?
Robert Hoskin, for the record, Commissioner. We're not aware that anyone has been charged at this time. We're aware of the payment processing organization, third-party payment processing organization that led with the start of that investigation by HMRC. We're not aware of any other parties which may be also involved in that investigation. But that isn't surprising that we are not aware of the other parties.
I think your CEO mentioned early on in her presentation that 99% of the revenues generated are from regulated countries, non-gray market countries. Is that accurate?
Commissioner Robert Hoskin, for the record, that's accurate, yes.
Okay, and the 1%, is that Turkey and limited to Turkey at this point?
No, we don't. Since we sold the Turkish-facing business in 2017, the Turkish market we have closed. We haven't operated since we disposed of that business. So it is countries where they tolerate offshore operators offering their gambling products into their country. And New Zealand is a very good example of that type of country.
Could you or a member of your team bring us up to speed on the Austrian player cases? That one was troubling, at least to me, that a number have been settled, a number remain in litigation. Could you just kind of bring us up to speed on where we're at and how did that occur in the first place?
So Robert Hoskin again, for the record. There are a series of Austrian cases brought against operators, not just ourselves, but other operators that have offered online casino gambling in Austria. Austria has awarded a casino license to a monopoly in Austria on legal advice. We and other operators believe that the monopoly is in breach of Austria's obligations to the European Union. And there are legal cases going through at the moment regarding the legitimacy of the Austrian monopoly situation. But in the interim, we've seen the number of player cases where players are seeking effectively refunds of their losses, arguing that online casino being offered by offshore operators into Austria is illegal. It won't come as a surprise, but a number of law firms have made it part of their business model to bring these types of cases. It's quite a we've got two law firms advising Entain, and we look to settle those cases or take them through the courts, depending on the particular circumstances of the particular case.
Thank you for that explanation. And my last area that I wanted to discuss, and you went into it, at the board level, and I'm going to oversimplify my question because I don't think it helps any of us at this point for a lengthy answer. But you have so many subsidiaries operating in different jurisdictions under different trade names. You made a very good point of saying that you're taking great strides through the use of algorithms, through the use of sharing information regarding problem gamblers, or issues pertaining to people. Where are you with? Let me rephrase that. Are you now in a position where if a person has either self-excluded in jurisdiction A, that there's crossover to jurisdictions, B through Z that you own and operate, or is it still going to be a case-by-case basis type of situation?
For the record, Martin Lechka, Commissioner, thank you for the question. The answer is that, of course, the starting point are the self-exclusion rules that apply to the jurisdiction where the customer is registered. Should a customer move to another jurisdiction, then we would, of course, put that customer again through a customer verification process in the new jurisdiction. And then once and only once verified, we would, of course, put the customer also through all the responsible gambling processes pertinent to that jurisdiction as we have described. Of course, the customer brings with himself or herself his or her record, so we would be able to see that the customer has self-excluded. So to answer your question, yes, the self-exclusion protocol would carry with the customer, so the customer could not evade it by moving to another country.
Thank you very much. I just think you made remarkable strides from where we were 2 years ago to today. You know, I can't begin to say how great this is. Anyway, I'll pass to my fellow colleague.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Do any other commissioners wish to go next? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I
Thank
just have
you.
a few follow-up questions based on some of the questions I just heard from Commissioner Cohen. Hello, how's everyone doing today? Welcome.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
We wish you were there.
We wish you were here too, hopefully soon. So can somebody give me just generally some sort of overview on what the data is on self-exclusion? I know it's something that's offered, but what is the percentage? Do you have just some general data points you could provide in terms of implementation and use?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. For the record, Martin Lechka. The data differs on jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis, and in all honesty, I would need to look into it and come back to you on it. However, what we have experienced with the rollout of our responsible gambling program is the fact that the more personalized tools, on the one hand, allow us to identify any problem gambling issues much earlier in the process, but at the same time allow us to decide much earlier whether a customer needs to self-exclude. So we would advise the customer accordingly, and as detailed on slide 34, the self-exclusion may last for up to 5 years, and the crucial and critical point in that regard is that the customer does not have the option to come back willy-nilly, for want of better expression, but is required to have a one-to-one conversation with a member of our player protection team, who will then decide whether we could bring the customer back. So this way, we ensure that all appropriate protocols are followed and that customers avoid any potential self-harm.
Thank you, sir. It sounds like something that will actually be meaningful in terms of implementation. And then if somebody could just answer, how are the trials of the ARC program performing in your Foxy brand in the UK?
Jette Nygaard for the records, and thank you for that question, Commissioner. So we just started trialing on the Foxy brand, and they are performing well, very well. It is, of course, it is a beginning, and we are trying different things out, but it looks very good, and we're expecting that we can roll out to our other brands after the summer, beginning of the fall.
Thank you. That's excellent. It sounds promising. And then just shifting gears quickly to training, can you tell me if the training on the anti-bribery best controls, is that something that is mandated for all positions? Because as I understand, in some jurisdictions, the implications are more of a strict liability, even if it's unknown conduct on your part, if there are third parties who do business with Entain. So just curious in terms of the training and how broad the scope is.
Thank you, Commissioner. Robert Hoskin for the record. So every employee will receive training, depending on where that employee sits in the organization. It'll be either web-based training or face-to-face training. And for the board, for the executive, senior executives, and for people in high-risk roles, they will receive face-to-face training from a partner from a law firm. We've been using Paul Hastings in the UK. The UK Bribery Act is very wide. It requires companies to put in place quite stringent procedures, processes to manage the risks that no bribery is taking place, even in relation to third parties that are providing services to the company in relation to potential bribes the risk that they're bribing third parties. So it's extremely wide. We've spent a significant amount of time and effort on this and to ensure that everyone understands the risks and the controls and the processes that we've got in place.
Thank you, sir. That's very helpful.
And I've just said that all of the board members have been through this training as well, so including myself. And I must confess, I found it very informative, just the scope of the Bribery Act from a UK perspective. And it was very useful to kind of go through it and understand when I'm talking with other colleagues, just what it entails.
Thank you. And it seems like there's been a remarkable shift, at least in the culture of the company. And have you noticed that there's an uptick in terms of internal reporting from employees on any level based on the shift in culture internally?
Well, I think Virginia talked about the survey we did, and something like 88% of our colleagues in a survey recognise that they work for a company that's concerned about this issue. So it demonstrates, I think, very clearly how deep into the organisation we're taking this kind of thing. So, and if I look back at the history, I think that when we were with you back in 2019, that was quite a seminal moment for the company, and lots of lessons were learned as part of the entry into the US market. And actually, it created a number of changes that you see the results that are coming through from that. So, you know, in some respects, we kind of owe a debt of gratitude for the fact that you pointed out some of the issues to us back then.
Thank you. I think it sounds like everything's moving in the correct direction. Just one last comment. I'd be remiss if I didn't observe and state for the record that Entain has really seemed to take a deep interest and a genuine interest in terms of partnering with entities like Girls Who Code, All in Diversity Project, and you're #1 on their index, I noted, and the Global Gaming Women. And I'm really impressed with your commitment to ensuring that women are increasingly more visible in representation at the board and the senior executive level. And are you seeing a trend in terms of retention of women and diverse candidates? Because I understand, at least in the legal market, I'm a lawyer, sometimes getting there is not enough. The retention can be a problem. So I'm just interested if you've seen a trend, but nonetheless commend you.
Barry Gibson for the record. I don't think I could quote any statistics for you, but I do know from my experience in wider business circles that having role models of people who are successful, either from an ethnic background or from a female background, is really helpful. And I've got no doubt whatsoever that Yetta, when I appointed her as the chief executive and the board appointed her, got the job for absolutely the right reason. She's the best person for the job. The fact that she's a woman is a real great advantage, but she's actually the right person for the job. And it's gone down remarkably well amongst our colleagues right around the world, seeing a leader of a company of the size and complexity of ours that's a woman as a role model. I'm sure it's going to increase the aspiration of our colleagues and see that there are no glass ceilings inside Entain. They can go to the very top of the organisation.
And if I may, for the record, Yetta Nygaard, just to echo that, I'm personally very excited to be able to support women both within Entain, but also, as you noted, young women, whether it's in robotics, innovation, or Girls Who Code, which is an organization which I'm personally very, very passionate about. I believe we have to make an effort from all ages, and the younger we can start encouraging young girls to be interested into technology and STEM education. I think that is really what it takes to provide for a brilliant future for the many talented women. But you are right. I mean, in terms of the trends, I don't think we can say that we have a trend, because I think it's something that we decide to make a priority when we recruit. So we always make sure that when we are hiring, that we ask to see the women. As Barry said, it's always the right man and woman for the job, but it's our obligation to make sure that when we are looking at candidates, that we insist that there are the best women also brought forward in that process.
And
Well,
if
I
can,
commend you. Please.
I'm sorry,
Thank
go
you,
ahead. I was
Ms.
going to
McDowell.
say, Virginia McDowell, for the record, if I can add to that. Commissioner, we did see a little bit of a slip in the retention of women across the company, but unfortunately, that's something that we're seeing worldwide. And I participated in a panel that was run by UNLV with Sandra Morgan and Jan Jones on the International Day of the Woman. And that's one of the things that we talked about, not just in Entain. Obviously, the entire hospitality industry has been so negatively impacted by the pandemic that we have to work hard to bring women back into the workforce. And we're very proud of the retention numbers that we have globally. But we are working hard, again, through partnerships with Girls Who Code, with what we're doing with Global Gaming Women to make sure that we continue to drive women back into the workforce and then, help them in their careers.
Thank you so much for all of your thoughtful responses, and I commend you and keep up the good work.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Fuchs?
Thank you. Just want to start by saying, as one of the ones that's been on this journey with you for the last couple of years, I really appreciate all the changes that have been made. If you had come in today as the old GVC/Entain company with little to no effort to make these changes, it could have been a pretty dark day. Where you were a couple of years ago compared to today, as noted by the board, it's a new company. And I think that had to happen, because if it had not, like I said, back a couple of years ago when you did your MGM deal, they were the legitimate partner then. And I think that now that partnership is balancing out with all the efforts that you've made. So congratulations on that. And even in the last 2 weeks, you're listening. This presentation that we received today is different than the one that the board saw. And that says to me that you understand what the needs are of the board and this commission. You listen, you make the changes. And with that done, you eliminate a lot of my questions. So again, I commend you for paying attention and not just doing a presentation 2 weeks ago and coming in and reiterating the same thing. You didn't do that. You took the time, made the effort, and it shows. With that said, just a couple of questions. And I guess one of my biggest one is when Mr. Lichka, and I hope I said that correctly, went through this little responsible gambling customer journey and showed the evaluation on page 35. This is out there, you said, right? It's in a trial, correct?
For the record, Martin Lichka, indeed. Thank you for that. That's much appreciated. Yes, these are tools that are already in place, as I pointed out earlier, or as we all pointed out earlier. We continuously improve them, but this evaluation shows that the tools that we've already put in place, and we started in 2017, 2018, and ramped up all our efforts in 2019 and throughout the pandemic, 2020 and 2021, are bearing fruit. As I pointed out earlier, the statistics, I would suggest, show that our customers are even more prone to interact with us and are prepared to share. And I appreciate it takes a lot of courage from the pure human perspective. Their problem gambling issues and their problem gambling stories, so that together we can go and address them by means of raising awareness, education, but also crucial and critically technology that does allow us to prevent most of these issues.
And I have to say, I'm curious because I could see where some of your customers would think this is very invasive, that you're coming at them saying, well, just as your example, we've noticed you've been placing larger bets. And how has that response been? Has it been a positive response, or have you had anyone come back and say, why are you asking me this? Are they taking this as a strong preventative measure to help them, or are they sometimes combative? It's just really more of a curiosity.
For the record, Martin Lichka, thank you again for this question. And indeed, you are absolutely right that although most of our customers do see and appreciate our efforts to help themselves so that they do not land in any trouble, there are indeed bound to be customers who would be pushing back because their gaming strategies, if you will, have simply been different for a number of years. But the final point I would make in this regard, going back to the previous slide about the customer journey and the responsible gambling programs we've been launching, if there are alarm bells in terms of the algorithms across the board, if multiple algorithms show us that we do need to act in the sense of even closing that particular customer's account, we wouldn't hesitate and do it.
And I think that's great. It just, to me, it's just an interesting way to move forward, and you put so much work into it, and there's so many variables that you're using to make these judgments. And I think it'll be interesting to see this going forward when you enter the US markets and how the response is also. I feel it's a great concept, and I just want to see how it proceeds in reality. So congratulations on that. Most of my questions have been asked and answered either through your presentation or by my colleagues, but I will say from a financial perspective, thank you for your brief overview. The company looks financially stable with significant liquidity and acceptable leverage. You know, the leverage that you've told us about is rather low for the industry, so that's always a nice thing to see. Otherwise, I think my colleague here, Ms. Brown, asked about kind of your community work. I think that's a huge effort that you've made, and I think they've been asked and answered. So I just appreciate the fact that you listen. And a lot of the things that we talked about in 2019 have been addressed. And you put together the payment processing board. You've enhanced your compliance. You've done all the things we've asked. And as Mr. Gibson said at the board meeting, you want to be the most exciting and trusted entertainment company. We're past the exciting part, and we're almost there on the trusted. So we're getting really close. I think once you clean up some of this litigation and some of these outstanding legacy issues, I think you're going to be right on the mark. So thank you for your time and your very, very good effort today.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. All right, Commissioner Solis Rainey, did you have any follow-up? Any questions that you wanted to ask?
Thank you, Chairman Moran. I did have just a couple things left. I think most of the questions that I had have been touched upon. But with respect to the efforts on the compliance side, I understand you have like 600 employees, I think is the number that I saw in the materials. How many of those are in the United States or have a United States experience?
Commissioner Robert Hoskin, I'll take that. That is only the compliance teams which deal with all the markets excluding the US. So BetMGM has its own management team, its own compliance function. So that would be on top. Those numbers would be on top of those 604 that are listed in the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I was a little confused on that because I did understand that BetMGM had their own. As Commissioner Fuchs said, their involvement is really what gave me the comfort level in 2019 that we could move forward and allow you the time to make changes. And I too want to commend you on the significant changes that you've made. I think you've made great strides showing you are committed to moving your business into the regulated jurisdictions and also not just giving lip service to player protection and to training your employees, but you're showing us that you're doing that. The fact that it took an overhaul of company, I think is significant, but you did it. It's a hard thing to do, especially for a company your size. And apologize, something big. But you did that, and that's something that we, I think, need to recognize. I'm excited to see what you have in store. This is an area that, for me, is a little bit more troubling than bricks and mortars, because bricks and mortar projects, as you saw from our last presenters, they're easier to get your handle around, and I think it's easier to focus on some of those player protection issues and some of the training issues because you're seeing the people, you're not relying on technology to do a lot of that as you have to do with the online business. But that's the wave of the future, and I think you're doing a good job getting the company set up for when you do become more involved in the US. And in the meantime, I appreciate that you are listening, like Commissioner Fuchs said, and learning and focusing on the things that are important, because you're going to be subject to different expectations as online providers. It's some things are going to be more difficult, and the fact that they are online isn't going to excuse slip ups in the future. So for me personally, I'm comfortable going forward. I like all of the changes that you made. I think they show great strides. but I'd like to see, you know, how those get ingrained more deeply into your company culture, so that we continue to see improvement in the years to come. So I didn't have any other questions. Sorry, I'm going through my notes. You addressed the issues that we had, and then the confidential slides I think were helpful, and we've addressed as much as you can given the confidentiality. So I will pass it back, Chairman Moran.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Solis-Rainey. It's back to me. I got a lot out of the questions my colleagues asked. I got a lot out of the presentation. I think that Mr. Clayton and his legal representation is concise and has in fact made this so that it's really easy to go through and see what the points are. Good presentation. I had just a couple of more questions, and they're very short ones. I don't expect a very long response, but I do want to get on the record. Mr. Haskins, I had a question for you. At the board meeting, it seemed to me that there was an indication that there is currently no market that is being operated in that's illegal. And I'm trying to size that up with the 1% versus 99% that you responded to Commissioner Cohen on one of his questions. So I'd like to just clear the record up once and for all. Is it safe for me to say that there is no market that is being operated in currently by the company that's an illegal market?
Chairman Moran, Robert Hoskin for the record, absolutely, that's correct.
All right, very good. I was hoping that would be the response. You know, we covered rhetorically, we've covered some of the points that I feel are really important. We don't need to go into them. It seems like the company, as some of my colleagues have said, has really turned the corners, turned the page. You know, I'm always concerned about community involvement and charities and what kind of work is being done there. It seems like you're focusing on that. That's on your list of to-do things. Responsible gaming, that's another thing that I feel very comfortable with when I've seen your presentation and your handouts. You know, those two things are important to me. Your discussion that you spoke about with women in leadership roles in business, I think that's wonderful. I think that you're covering your bases there and quite nicely. So those are the areas, some of the, if you will, pet peeves that I have always look at, especially these large companies like yours, that I want to make sure that somebody's crossing the T's and dotting the I's, and it appears that it is being done. I had two last questions for your attorney, Mr. Clayton. Mr. Clayton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the first area is, tell me a little bit about the applicability of 3.070 in the regulations, which is a multiple licensing criteria. First of all, its applicability here, since we're still continuing to grow pretty big in this in the company, and that what your view legally is of the compliance of 3.070 on the licensing structure and the entities that you represent here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, for the record, Mark Clayton. Given that all the Nevada operations are run through BetMGM and or MGM's gaming licenses, and with this simply being the relicensing of Entain, there's no increased sports betting operations that would be under Entain, and thus we're of the interpretation that 3070 would not be applicable or to this situation, since Entain itself is not offering any sports wagering to consumers in Nevada, or and more importantly, increasing the total number that would already exist through the BetMGM/MGM relationship.
Okay, very good. And as you go forward, you've been moving through this, you've kept that 3.070 on your scope. It's on the horizon. You've looked at the requirements, the criteria, and things like that, and you're comfortable in your response that they're in compliance fully with the 3.070, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the only second thing I had is just a side. In the last couple of days, there was an article in the news about Entain getting involved potentially in a bidding war to acquire William Hill. Its non-U.S. assets, and perhaps compete with competitors AA or 888 and Apollo. I was wondering just briefly, without getting into that at length, if you looked at that article and any comments you may have on that.
Yeah, I did look at the article. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I'll, given that it's a public meeting, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hoskin just to, give a response or just respond to that question on behalf of the company.
Very good, Mr. Clayton. Thank you. Mr. Hoskin.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Chairman. I actually will pass the ball to my boss and CEO, who's probably the most appropriate person to answer that question.
For the record, Jette Nygaard, and thank you for that question, Chairman. I was the one that was being quoted in the article, so let me respond. So as it is often the case, I think the journalist got a little bit ahead of himself about the excitement. But I would say, though, that as part of our strategy, we are looking at growing inorganically, as we have done throughout the years. So I wouldn't rule out that we would look at potential inorganic growth opportunities around the world. But I think the excitement part from the journalist might be might be a little bit overstated.
All right, very good. Thank you for your response. I appreciate it. I didn't have any further questions. I want to make sure my colleagues don't have any follow-ups, and/or if none, maybe perhaps any other further discussion up here on the commission, and/or a motion. We have 1 and 2 are put together on this, that we've focused on making a record on both of those together, and I believe we have. I see that Commissioner Fuchs is reaching for the microphone.
Well, I just want to make a comment, and I was really happy to see that the board went with a 3-year limitation. I know your hopes were to go forward without one, but there are those legacy issues that we talked about, the HMRC, other litigation issues, and I really want you to be 100%. I want to be able to know that all revenues are at 100% of legal jurisdiction. So I'm very happy that the board put that limitation out there, and much to your chagrin, I'm sure, because of all the hard work you've done, but I think it was very, very wise to do that. So that's all I wanted to add, is that I will certainly stick to that 3-year limitation.
All right, very good. We have a motion. Is there any? Oh,
it wasn't really a motion. I can make the motion if you'd like.
If I don't know if does anybody have any other questions? Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and make the motion then.
With that said, Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of non-restricted items 1 and 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very, very good. All right, is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I'd call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, opposed? I see none. Then unanimously carries. Thank you for the motion, and the motion passes. Good luck to you all. Thank you for a really good presentation. We appreciate that a lot. It makes our job a lot easier, and good job. So good luck going forward.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Clayton and Ms. Oakenberg, thank you for such a great job for the past 5 years. Really appreciate your professionalism. So thank you.
We appreciate that, and we'll miss you, Commissioner Fuchs. So thank you
so much.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Oh, take care. Thank you. All right, we'll go back to Madam Secretary. Do we want to continue on with the next ones and get through those and then take a short break?
Sure.
Would that be the pleasure of the commission?
Yes.
All right, then let's go ahead. Madam Secretary, call the next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 5, which are the applications of Affinity Gaming Owner LLC, Affinity Gaming, and the Sands Region LLC for the pledges as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you so much. I do have a disclosure, Chair Moran, in connection with non-restricted item number 5. Affinity Gaming is a current client of Louis Roca, where I serve as a partner, but Louis Roca does not represent Affinity in connection with today's application before the Gaming Commission. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record. I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right, then, we have non-restricted 5. Do we have a council? I see council on there. Good morning. It's afternoon now. Time goes fast when you're having fun. All right, who do you have with you, Counselor?
Good afternoon. Sonia, I believe you're muted.
Okay. Can you hear us now, Ms. Hermes? All right.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Moran, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Sonia Vermees. I am an attorney with Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck. I'm here on behalf of the applicants. Also present this afternoon, Erin Barnett. She's Vice President General Counsel, and Andre Scrivens. He's Chief Financial Officer. Before we get to it, I was surprised to hear the news, Commissioner Fuchs, that you're leaving. I'm sorry to hear that. It has been a pleasure and an honor to appear before you. And I thank you for your service to this commission and to our industry.
Likewise, thank you very much.
Very good, very good. Thank you. All right, do you have a presentation on this?
Chairman Moran, I did provide a brief overview of the 2 applications before the board. I'm happy to do that again or go straight to questions, whatever you prefer.
Why don't you just give us a little short, abbreviated overview? That would be nice.
I'll give it a try.
All right.
Affinity Gaming is an indirect subsidiary of Affinity Gaming Holdings, LLC, which is a private investment company registered with the commission. Affinity Holdings is the sole member of licensees the Prima Donna Company, LLC, and Flamingo Paradise Gaming, LLC, and Holdings is the sole member of the Sands Regent, LLC, which is the sole member of Plantation Investments, LLC. Affinity Gaming was party to a credit agreement, and due to the business disruptions in 2020 and that arose from the pandemic, Affinity Gaming fell below certain financial covenant requirements in those credit agreements. And as a cure, certain non-voting members of Holdings contributed cash to Holdings in exchange for a convertible note, which was to be converted into Class A1 units of Holdings upon receipt of regulatory approvals. Those note proceeds were contributed by Holdings to its wholly owned subsidiary, Affinity Gaming Owner, which in turn contributed the note proceeds to its wholly owned subsidiary, Affinity Gaming. The subject application requested commission approval to issue Class A1 units to these members. However, and as I'll explain further, Affinity Gaming refinanced its credit facilities before year end, and as part of that refinancing, the covenants were no longer applicable, and cash on the balance sheet was distributed by Affinity Gaming to its parent, Affinity Gaming Owner, which distributed these funds to Holdings, which in turn repaid the notes, and the repayment of these notes rendered the application moot. So that is the application that is the subject of the withdrawal today. The second application before you is for pledge approvals. As I mentioned previously, back in December of 2020, Affinity Gaming refinanced each of its credit facilities with a senior secured first lien revolving credit facility with Goldman Sachs as administrative agent and collateral agent, and the issuance of 6.875% senior secured first lien notes due 2027 issued pursuant to an offering circular and indenture where U.S. Bank serves as trustee and collateral agent. Collateral for both of these refinancing facilities includes equity pledges as are set forth in your agenda. The board recommended approval, and we are requesting the commission approval today.
All right, very good. Thank you for that overview of that. I'm going to turn to the commission right now to see if there's any questions. There weren't very many at the board level, and I think we've all seen most of that. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Fuchs and see if she has some questions here.
Well, and mostly comments. And what started out to be a very difficult situation turned around very quickly. So congratulations on that. It was good to see that that you were able to cure the liens by going out so quickly and getting a response with those individual shareholders or note holders. And I think that shows how much they believe in the company, that you were able to cure those defaults through that way before you went to the refinancing. So I think that says a lot about who believes in you and is going to step up, because it was an unusual time and they could have left you stranded, and the banks could have had a lot more of a heyday with you if that not happened. So congratulations on with your CFO and your company for being able to do that and to turn that story on very quickly. So just that quick comment. And I just want to make sure they are all paid in full, correct?
Yes.
With the refinance, okay.
Yes.
And then as a part of the restructure, I did notice that, you know, my usual question, you will be deleveraging over the next couple of years, correct?
Yes, as earnings come back, it delevers. The refinance in and of itself was leverage neutral based on the debt levels. We had 470 million outstanding, and the new debt at the time was 475.
And it seems like you've kicked off this last few months, have really ramped up cash flow, and that's true. So the properties are doing well, and you're seeing that short-term issue is not really too bad going forward, that the cash flow is coming back in and there's very positive results.
Exceptionally well.
Good. That's the story we all want to hear. So that's great news. And my last just question to make sure, I know you have your revolver, you've got room in that. It's still at a zero out of 50 million, correct? Zero balance?
Correct.
And then the 70 million was put towards working capital, and that's some liquidity if needed?
Correct.
Okay, those are really all my things. Like I said, this was a difficult situation that could have turned pretty ugly, but due to your strong company and those that believe in you, congratulations on turning it around quickly. And you're off and running, thank goodness. You know, I think this is going to be a good year for you. And congratulations for being able to manage your financial situation so appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, Commissioner Fuchs. Thank you. Do any of the other commissioners have any other questions at this time? Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner Fuchs will be missed.
Yes.
No questions. Thank you.
And every meeting we're reminded of that. Oh, well, I think she's blushing, maybe. Okay. We got to go back to our commission hats now. Okay, Commissioner Cohen, do you have anything, or you want to make a motion?
I want to make a motion.
Go for it.
I would move for approval of non-restricted item 5 as set forth by the Gaming Control Board.
All right, very good. We have a motion made. Any discussion? Not seeing any. I'd call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Not seeing any. Motion passes. Thank you very much for joining us today in our meeting, and we appreciate your responses. So have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe number 8 is next, right?
That is correct. And those are the applications of Matthew Richard Wilson for a finding of suitability as an officer of Scientific Games Corporation and for licensure as an officer and director of SG Gaming, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
All right, very good. Do we have Mr. Raj here?
Chair Moran, I do have a disclosure to make, if I may, please.
What was that?
I have a disclosure to
Oh,
make.
I'm sorry.
No, no worries at all. I'm sorry.
I
have so many.
apologize. I forgot about that.
I'm sorry I have so many today. I do have
Thank
a
you,
disclosure
Commissioner
to
Brown.
make for non-restricted item number 8. Scientific Games Corp is adverse in 2 matters handled by Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. To Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, it is.
Thank you.
All right, very good. It's Mr. Raj. Oh, good morning, Mr. Raj. How are you? Afternoon now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is afternoon. Thank you very much. David Araj from the firm of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Wilson. And initially, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask you for waiving Mr. Wilson's appearance. He is an executive as listed on the agenda with Scientific Games Corporation. He has been previously licensed in an executive position with another licensee several years ago. As you know from the report that I'm sure you have all had a chance to look at, there were no issues that arose during the investigation of Mr. Wilson's background, and there were no issues or concerns expressed at the board hearing. Therefore, I don't have anything else in terms of an affirmative presentation, and I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Raja. When I didn't put this on consent, I was going to have a chance to talk to Mr. Wilson. I really didn't have a lot to talk to him about. He was last licensed in 2019 by the Nevada Gaming Commission at Aristocrat, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right. And then after we had I'd already designated him as a non-consent, you asked for his waiver, and I looked at it again, and I really didn't see any questions for him. I don't see any areas of concern on him. I think that he had a 2-year investigation, I guess, that was going. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how long it had lasted, Mr. Chairman. I don't know exactly when his application was filed. But I do know that it was completed fairly recently, and he was put on the agenda, and that there were no issues that arose during it.
Exactly. And I think this was more of a timing issue coupled with you asking for a waiver. I didn't have any difficulty with that when I went back in. So I don't have any other questions. I can look to my fellow commissioners if they have any, or a motion to follow the recommendation of the board.
Chair Moran, I'm prepared to make a motion. I see that Mr. Wilson has been in the gaming industry since 2004, and there are no areas of concern for me.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Cohen?
I'm good. That was a motion.
Okay, yeah, you were reaching for the mic.
Oh, no, just to vote.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, we have a motion for approval and following the recommendations of the Gaming Control Board.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 8 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. We've got that motion on the record. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. Let's call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hands going up. All right. Anybody opposed? None. Okay. Motion carries. Good luck to you and your client. Give Mr. Wilson my best, and nice to see you again, Mr. Raj.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you, Mr. Raj.
Thank you.
Nice to see you too, Commissioner Cohen.
All right. Very good. Let's go to the next item, Madam Secretary. I believe it's number 9.
That is correct. Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Scott David Schweinfurth and Bruce Caldwell Rowe for a finding of suitability as a key employee of GV2 LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Okay, very good. I think we have a disclosure on this.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for item number non-restricted number 9. GV2 LLC operates and manages NAV LVH LLC doing business at Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, which entity is an adverse party in a litigation matter handled by Lewis Roca, the law firm where I'm a partner, in which I serve as lead litigation counsel. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right, do we have an applicant and counsel?
We do, Mr. Chairman.
All right, would you note your appearance in the record?
Sure thing. Good afternoon, Chairman Moran, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is A.C. Antani with the law firm of Howard & Howard. I'm appearing today for Bruce Rowe and Scott Schweinfurth in their applications for a finding of suitability as key employees of GV2 LLC. GV2 is currently acting as manager for the Westgate Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas. Mr. Rowe and Mr. Schweinfurth are engaged as consultants by GV2, acting in an advisory capacity at the Westgate. We'd like to thank the members of the commission and the board and staff, in particular, Senior Agent Danielle Butler and Special Agent Jeff Zinn for their time, professionalism, and assistance in the investigations. And additionally, we'd like to thank the chairman for approving Mr. Schweinfurth's waiver appearance, noting that he did appear and address the board at the May 5th public meeting. At this point, I'd like to introduce Mr. Rowe and allow him the opportunity to provide a statement regarding his background and work with GV2 and take any questions. Maybe in the interest of expedience, I can let Mr. Rowe just directly address the commission and take questions.
Very good, and I thank you for that short presentation. And we did, in fact, waive Mr. Scheinfurth, your other counsel. He had been licensed, I believe, in over 100 other jurisdictions.
Over 200.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, I missed 100 of them. Mr. Rowe, though, he had never appeared in front of us and never before licensed. So we did want to call him forward. So we'd like to see him. There's no areas of real concern on him other than the fact that he's never been licensed. We wanted to have an opportunity to get a look at each other and hear a little bit about his background and history. I noticed in some of my notes that that they considered themselves, Mr. Rowe and Mr. Scheinfurth, as advisors, and they were, in fact, there was a consulting agreement there. I'd like to hear from Mr. Rowe in regards to his history and also the consulting agreement and designation as an advisor and what he contemplates as his role in this matter may be. So having said that, Mr. Rowe, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. And thank you for seeing me today under different circumstances. And soon, I hope we can see each other in person. I want to especially thank Special Agent Jeff Zinn for his diligence and as well as his patience in going through my applications. It was a pleasure to work with him. You'd have to ask him his view of that, but it was, for me, it was a pleasure. I've been in the gaming industry since 1980. I started in Atlantic City with Harrah's in the entertainment department. I was fortunate to work for a company that believed in growing and promoting from within, and I was with Harrah's for 23 years. I moved up to corporate. I worked in IT. I was privileged to participate in the opening of 18 casinos for Harrah's throughout the United States and the world, and it covered everything from land-based, riverboat, international, as well as Native American casinos. 2 of those were in entertainment. I believe 11 were in information technology, and the balance were in slots. After I left Harrah's, or my last position there was Corporate Vice President of Slot Operations and Research and Development, managing about 42,000 games in 26 different jurisdictions. And at that time, I was a customer. We were Harrah's, a large customer of Bally Technologies, and that's where I had first met Mark Liparelli as a customer of theirs. I furthered my relationship with Mark working at the Executive Development Program of UNR up in Tahoe, where I was an instructor for over a decade. After I left Harrah's, I started a consulting business for a period of time with the goal of both being a consultant, but also interviewing customers that I might want to work for and letting them interview me. And at that time, I was hired by G-Tech and managed their gaming operations in New York, West Virginia, and Delaware, Rhode Island, as well as managed game development out of Moncton, Canada. And worked on some M&A work and planning to open a facility in Nevada. I actually managed Nevada operations as well. After working for G-Tech, I did go to work for Bally Technologies under Mr. Dick Hadrill, and worked in strategy and M&A and also in customer consulting and support. And so then after that, I decided to get back into working with gaming operators on a consulting basis and spent about 5 years working with different verticals, including Asian gaming operations in both Macau and Malaysia, as well as different software companies and casinos in the United States, primarily focused on slot floor optimization. I was a member of the Gaming Standards Association on the board for over a decade and participated on the education committee for G2E for about the same period of time.
All right, very, very good, very impressive history. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Like I said, we don't have any areas of concern. Did want to get a chance to look at each other. How often do you see Mr. Liparelli over there?
Well, with COVID, it's been, I get to see him probably weekly to bi-weekly on Zoom calls. We've had several masked interactions at the property for strategy meetings and annual planning session. But we speak almost pretty much weekly. We physically see each other depending on what the needs of the meeting are. As everybody, we've become much more efficient with technology meetings as opposed to in person.
Okay, very good. Please give him my best when you see him. And I know this is a kind of a new role for him at Westgate in the recent, last year or so. And so it's that he assumed basically a lot more responsibilities over there at that location. So yeah, please tell him I asked about him and gave him I asked how he was doing. The other thing I wanted to find out is, how is the Westgate doing? You're going for being an advisor there in suitability. How are they doing over there now under this new structure?
Well, we're in the recovery mode. We may be a bit slower to recover than some casinos because of our dependency on the convention business based on our location. However, saying that, I think all of the operators today have seen the benefit of when the tide goes down, you really get to see the rocks and what sticks out. And all of us in the industry have been analyzing things that we thought were absolutely necessary. We've been able to make some adjustments to manage our margins better than we did in the past. Revenues hide a lot of sins. And so we've been able to see a lot of things to do to improve the business. One of the challenges we have, like everybody else, has been, when do you bring labor back in anticipation of the revenue, and how do you balance that act to maintain the margins while the industry is recovering? And so we've spent a lot of time on that. And I would tell you also that we've found that there's a more robust local slot business than we were aware of, because when the other business went away, we were able to see that. And of course, the sports book has been pretty much a revenue center that we've been able to take advantage of even during COVID. So I think having the convention business come back, we see the second half of this year as being very robust. And having studied history a bit, I think for our country, we see a pent-up demand that really hasn't been seen since post-World War II. And after the war ended in World War II, there was just this desire for people to get out and to laugh again and see people again and enjoy again and travel again. And I think we're going to see that for the second half of this year and certainly into next year.
All right, very good. That's good news. I didn't have any other questions. I'm glad that you could come down here today and we could chat. And you gave us some good information. It looks like things are improving over there. They were doing a remodel, weren't they, in the sports book?
We did a remodel in the sports book. We've done some work in the hotel rooms, and like other casinos, we've taken advantage of some of the opportunity to get capital work done when it's not impacting business that would have normally been there.
Okay, very good. Let me turn to my commissioners and see if my colleagues have any other questions or a motion.
Just no questions, but very clean, impressive background. And I did want to say that I've known Mr. Schweinfurth from my past life, and I want to put on the record that I have the utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm sorry I didn't get to see him today and say that to his face. He's a good man, and I think that you'll both be great assets to this company. So with that said, I think we have more questions.
Oh, Commissioner Brown.
I just have a quick question. I think this will be directed to council because Mr. Schweinfurth is not before us today. Can you just give me a brief update if you know what the status is of the breach of fiduciary duty litigation that involves Mr. Schweinfurth? Is that ongoing or has that been resolved?
I would have to look into that and I can get back to you, Commissioner. I want to say it has been resolved, but I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions.
All right, Commissioner Fuchs.
All right, then I'll go ahead and make the motion. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as recommended by the Game Control Board.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion made. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, opposed, none. All right, unanimously carries. Thank you, sir, for coming down today and joining with us. I appreciate your council's being prepared and also his short presentation. So we wish you the very best, and please give my best to Mr. Liparelli.
We will do that, and thank you for all you do for our state and the gaming industry.
Thank you, sir. All right, Madam Secretary.
That brings us to non-restricted number 12, which is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Love's Travel Stop number 797 for a non-restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, and apologies. I have one more disclosure after this, and then I'm done for the day. Chair Moran, I do have a disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 2. Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores is a client of Louis Rocco, where I'm a partner in a special action unrelated to the application before the Gaming Commission today, in which I'm not involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breining, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, the disclosure is adequate, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right, do we have counsel? There's Mr. Alonso. Good afternoon, Mr. Alonso. How are you? And Ms. Gillen, how are you?
Good, very good. Thank you.
Good, very good.
Good
All right,
afternoon,
Mr.
Mr.
Alonso,
Chairman.
would you make a record? Who's with you today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Golden Entertainment, Inc. As you know, Phyllis Gilland, Senior Vice President and General Counsel, and Danny Wadhams on the operations side. And I'll turn it over to Phyllis on the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
For the record, Phyllis Gillen, General Counsel for Golden Entertainment. Chairman Moran, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, thank you very much. And just a really quick note, we wanted to thank Heather Lambert, ADA Michaela, and Agent Moyle also for helping us clean up our paperwork. We are looking at a location in Winnemucca for Love's Travel Stop. We can give you more information if you have any questions. We at the Gaming Control Board, we found that we didn't do a very good job of stating our underlying methodology for getting payment for our services at this location. In hindsight, we re-looked at that. Mike and I looked at that along with Agent Moyle and ADA Michaela, and we've come to a resolution on that language. It turned out to be, unfortunately, inartful writing, maybe chewed up one too many times. However, it was not our intent to have it be not approved. We've updated that. It has been reviewed by the location. It's sitting on their attorney's desk right now. And so we are waiting for that to come back. But other than that, and I also did want to address one quick question that Member Katsoros had. Did we have any other issues like this on any other of our locations? And Mr. Wadhams and I have reviewed, and we don't find anything else like this. We literally, unfortunately, became inartful on some language. So it's been updated and approved by your staff.
All right, very good. And I appreciate that. I was going to ask you a little bit about, there was some comment along the lines of the model that works for revenue and talking about some of the conditions and how unique this was. And I'm glad you explained that a little bit on the record.
We didn't intend it to be unique.
Right.
In hindsight, it had just been, unfortunately, I will have to admit, stamped on one too many times. We did not intend it to be unique. The understanding between us and the location didn't vary from what was approved. It just it just got a little convoluted in the writing. So we've
All right,
actually updated it.
All right, thank you. And that's what we needed on the record. I was curious, you've looked at the conditions. I believe there's 5 of them there. I
Yes.
assume that you're in agreement with all those as recommended by the board.
Yes, and we appreciate them very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me ask my fellow colleagues if they have any questions for you, and if not, if somebody would make a motion then.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be prepared to make a motion unless anybody has questions.
Oh, all right, Commissioner Solis Rainey, please do.
Okay, thank you. I'd move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? All right, unanimously carries. I appreciate you coming down today and making a record and letting us know what was going on this. It's always good to see Mr. Alonso and Ms. Gillen on an item because I know it's going to go down the right way, and I appreciate you sharing some time and making a record on that. So have a
Well,
good
we appreciate your
afternoon.
time.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Mike, for
Yes.
both of us.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank
yeah,
you.
on behalf of myself and Phyllis and Golden Entertainment, if you would indulge us on taking a moment just to recognize Commissioner Fuchs and to thank her for her
Yes.
service to the state and the gaming industry. I've had the privilege of knowing her for a long time in other capacities, and we will all miss her greatly and wish her the best of luck.
Very much
All
so.
right.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll say thanks, Mike, instead of Mr. Alonso. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and they're well placed. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you. Let's go back. I think at this point, before we start the restricted agenda, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? Would that be enough for everybody? 10 minutes enough? Okay, then we'll take a 10-minute recess. The commission will be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Just one more disclosure. There's a bear, I'm so sorry.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, are you ready?
I am. I apologize. I was
Okay,
muted.
thank you. And the court reporter, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have the full team on the field. Thank you. Yes, let's start. Madam Secretary, would you call the item?
I believe we're on restricted number 1, which is the determination to call from the Ashes LLC doing business as Sliding Clyde's Tavern, William Allen Scott and Sadie Catherine Swamp forward for findings of suitability as landlords. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for from the Ashes LLC doing business as Sliding Clyde's Tavern, William Allen Scott and Sadie Catherine Swam to be called forward for findings of suitability as landlords. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. I'd like to first go on behalf of the commission with Mr. McCullough, our senior DAG.
We have disclosure.
Oh, we have a disclosure,
My
doggone it.
last
We sure
one.
do. One moment,
My
John.
last one. Thank you, Chair Moran.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence. I have a disclosure to make on restricted item number 1. Ashes LLC, Sliding Clyde's Tavern, and Sadie Catherine Swaim are adverse and unrelated matters for a client of Louis Roca, and that's the firm where I'm a partner, and I'm not involved in these matters. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Louis Roca's role as counsel for the party adverse to the applicants here today. And I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown, and thank you for reminding me. I think you've only had to do that 3 times. Okay, all right, we're safe, we're good to go. All right, then let's get back, and I'd like to hear from Mr. McCullough first on what's going on in this case here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Moran, members of the Commission, members of the Board, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today, on recommendation from the Board, are determinations to call forward for findings of suitability from the Ashes LLC doing business as Sliding Clyde's Tavern, William Allen Scott, and Catherine Swaim as landlords. I've been asked to give a synopsis of the events which led to this point. The board served an order to show cause on Sliding Clyde's on July 31st, 2020, concerning apparent violations of governor directives and board health and safety policies, including that Sliding Clyde's did not close its bar top, was not enforcing social distancing, and employees and patrons were not wearing face coverings. The board supplemented this OSC upon discovery of the apparent violation that Sliding Clyde's was serving food without appropriate approvals, apparently in order to get around closure directives. Sliding Clyde submitted a response, and the board deemed the response as adequate on September 29th, 2020, cautioning Sliding Clyde's to make sure it was aware of laws impacting its business and to not attempt to creatively skirt the law. On January 21st, 2021, an anonymous caller reported Sliding Clyde's was allowing billiards after 7 p.m. in order to avoid detection by the board. Upon investigation on January 23rd, 2021, a board agent observed patrons and the bartender without face coverings, patrons playing billiards, and a patron singing karaoke in apparent violation of COVID laws in place at that time. On February 17th, 2021, the board personally served a letter on Sliding Clyde's requesting Sliding Clyde's to file applications for finding of suitability as a landlord no later than March 24th, 2021, or be considered for a formal call forward by the board and commission. This letter specifically included the required open meeting law notices for today. Sliding Clyde's did not voluntarily file an application and did not appear at the May board meeting during consideration of this item. Thus, this item is before you today to consider following the recommendation of the board and call Sliding Clyde's, William Allen Scott, and Sadie Catherine Swaim forward to file applications for finding of suitability as landlords pursuant to NRS 463-162 subsection 5. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McCullough. I was curious in your files about whether or not there's any documents in there where they have failed to return phone calls, failed to cooperate, failed to participate, failed to give assistance when requested to gaming investigators. Do we have any documentation on that at this time?
I believe that the board definitely reached out through this process, this call forward process, and were not able to get a hold of them. I know they were able to speak with the principals, Mr. Scott and Ms. Swaim, at several points in time, but I would defer to the board's investigations division and enforcement divisions for specifics on those.
Okay, very, very good then. Well, I'm really troubled. I'm very troubled and concerned when we have violations of the type that you articulated that go right to the heart of violations of emergency directives that are designed to prevent health issues from coming up. And it seems like they just don't really care about the effects on their patrons' perhaps health. They don't really care about these violations that can affect their employees. They actually, by their non-participation in the gaming process and failing to cooperate with our agents, they put a lot of people at risk, and they really are obstructing the whole process. When I first heard of this personally, I'm inclined to shut the machines down totally. I mean, just immediately. I have a problem when people don't participate with gaming investigations and investigators, and in essence, it rises to the level of violations of health and directives, and when machines are on properties that are controlled by these type of people that really could care less, apparently. My thought is that gaming devices do not belong on premises controlled or maintained by people that do not want to be responsive to our gaming investigators. So I have a big problem with that. And I've looked into having the machines turned off immediately, as I don't wish for people of that ilk to be able to share in gaming revenues or any portion of that. And that's kind of where I'm at here today. I'd like to go to my counsel for a moment, and thank you, Mr. McCullough, for giving some testimony here and telling us what's going on here with these violations. But I'd like to ask Ms. Breinig if what her legal take is on it. Are we able to right now today turn the machines off, and what are the available prerogatives available to the commission to get this matter concluded with some form of punishment, if you will, where we prevent what is occurring at this location with machines actually being operated when in fact the landlords / managers do not wish to cooperate and wish to obstruct our investigators. So Ms. Breinig, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dynasty's license is not before the commission today. So what you have in front of you is the recommendation from the Gaming Control Board to call forward the landlords, Mr. Scott and Ms. Swaim, for findings of suitability. So the commission's options are to either approve that recommendation and call them forward, in which case they would have 30 days pursuant to NRS 463162 subsection 6 to file those applications, or the commission can reject the board's recommendation and essentially not call these persons forward, or refer the matter back to the board with specific instructions on what the commission is seeking the board to do.
Okay, thank you. Personally, as one vote up here, I definitely would go with sending it back, or excuse me, calling them forward, going with the recommendation of the board, and then having them have 30 days to get in front of us and file what they need to do. So that would be my choice. I don't like to reward people that don't cooperate with our investigation staff. Having said that, I'm looking to any of the other commissioners wish to weigh in on this. Mr. Cohen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything you stated. I think the record should be clear today that our action as Deputy Attorney General Breining stated is not directed at Dynasty. This is the actions, at least by the motion I'm about to to propose, is aimed strictly at landlord suitability and their failures to communicate and respond regarding violations and directives of the governor of the state of Nevada. And unless any of my colleagues have any questions, I'm prepared for a motion.
All right, Commissioner Brown.
I'm hopeful that they participate forward going, and I'm very interested in their explanation. And to the extent we don't receive an explanation, I'm hoping that we can do something more meaningful.
All right, thank you.
But I concur with the board's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion. Are there any other questions or discussions on the motion, or are we ready for me to call for the vote? I see Commissioner Cohen's holding his hand up.
Yeah, I think I need to read a
Okay.
motion to make sure we covered all this.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move to approve restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board to call Mr. Scott and Mrs. Swain forward for findings of suitability and request the board to immediately notify Mr. Scott and Ms. Swain of the commission's decision and demand applications for findings of suitability to be filed within 30 days. If Mr. Scott and or Ms. Swain fail to file applications within 30 days of the board's demand, I hereby request the board to prepare an investigative report concerning the same and provide the report to the commission at the commission's next regularly scheduled meeting following the 30-day time frame.
All right, well, that's a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any discussion. I would at this time then call for the vote. All in favor of Commissioner Cohen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed. Okay, motion passes. That will be the order. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, next item.
Next item is restricted number 7, which are the applications of Manus Enterprises LLC doing business as Latino Mercado for restricted gaming license and Cristabella Fernandez for licensure as sole member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have an applicant and a representative? Mr. Donato, I see on the screen.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here with Argentum. Joining me today via Zoom should be the applicant, Mrs. Fernandez.
All right, well, thank you. I went through the materials here. I see that Ms. Fernandez has never been licensed before and she's here. I noticed that there weren't any areas of concern that I could see. But I did want to have Ms. Fernandez have a chance to come down here and tell us a little bit about herself and what she sees as her responsibilities if she was to get approval today.
Certainly. Believe she is, I don't see her on. I don't know if she's joined. There she is.
Right. Good afternoon, Ms. Fernandez. I don't know if you heard, but I'd like to, we don't have any areas of concern that I've seen. We've never been licensed before. We wanted to, have some FaceTime, say hello to you and see, who you are and what you intend to do and a little bit briefly about your history and what you understand if you were licensed today, your responsibilities would be.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cristobal Fernandez. As for my background, I have 23 years of experience in management, and my duties are like key holders, hiring and firing, weekly scheduling, day-to-day operation of the stores, bringing in new merchandises, and I'm a very hardworking person, and I always wanted to have my own business, and to grow in life and support myself and my family. So here I am.
Well, those are good reasons, and I appreciate sharing with us your history. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Donato. I know that there's some conditions that may have already been satisfied. There was a condition involving you attending a seminar, and also a condition requiring a slot route operators agreement. Has those two been satisfied, Mr. Donato?
That is correct. On May 11th, Ms. Fernandez attended the gaming seminar and received her letter of attendance, and we can provide that to the investigator. And she's also entered into a service agreement with a licensed slot route operator. So both conditions have been satisfied.
That's very good. And when it comes time for a motion, which will be probably pretty soon, I would hope those conditions would be read into the record. So let me see if there's any questions or a motion maker on this item by the commission. Not seeing any. Commissioner Solis Rainey. Okay, very good then. Then let's have a motion. Who would like to make a motion? They're pointing at you, Commissioner Cohen, and you're pointing back. We may have to arbitrate this.
I would move for approval of restricted agenda item 7. And I'm going to read in the conditions. The licensee, Cristabel Amelia Fernandez, shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for the restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair designee. Second condition, prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. For the term of the contract shall be at least for a 1-year period of time.
All right, very good. We have a motion. Discussion on the motion. Not seeing any.
Chairman
I'd
Moran.
call for the vote.
Chairman Moran.
Oh, yes.
1 second. Commissioner Cohen, there was a change to the first condition that the board made. And it did not specify her name. It just said the licensee shall demonstrate a successful completion of regulatory compliance seminar.
Then I would amend that to delete the name Cristabel Amelia Fernandez. Leave the language the same, just referring it to the licensee.
That is correct.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Ms. Breinig, is that sufficient?
That's sufficient.
All right, thank you. All right, then we have a motion as amended by the motion maker. Let's call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It unanimously passes. Ms. Fernandez, I appreciate you coming down here today. And I wanted to also tell you that all the reasons that you listed in your history and why you're doing this are very admirable. And I really took notice of that. You look like a very good person, and I'm wishing you well in the operation of this business and much success. So have a good day.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Mr.
everyone.
Chairman, if you could please indulge me for a moment.
Sure.
And first, I'd like to thank Agent McElhaney for all her hard work on this application. But secondly, I'd like to tell Commissioner Fuchs that we're sorry to hear about her leaving and wish her the best of luck. It's been a pleasure appearing before her over the years, her serving on this commission. Appreciate her service, and she will be truly missed. So just wanted to put that on the record. Appreciate her service.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. And as always, very professional. And we always appreciate seeing you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Donato. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next item.
Next item is restricted number 8, which is the application of Food Enterprises, Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store number 27700 for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Juandeep Singh for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, Mr. Donato, would you like to make a record on who's present?
Yes, so Jeff Donato here with Argentum, appearing with the applicant, Mr. Singh. There were no areas of concern with his background, but this is his first time in Nevada gaming. So we'd like to allow him an opportunity to give a brief overview of his background, and then we'll be here to answer any questions.
Very good. Mr. Singh, good afternoon. Would you give us a brief overview? Thank you. Thank you for
sir.
coming down. Thank you. Thank you for coming down today. I didn't see any areas of concern, but again, we wanted to hear a little bit about your history and what you perceive, if you're approved, your responsibilities will be and operating and being involved in a restricted gaming license. So having said that, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you, sir. Okay, my name is Pavandeep. Actually, originally I'm from India, and I done my high school in 2008, then start moving for college in nursing. Then I just finished my 1.5 year in nursing. Then I moved in United States in 2010, starting work on 7-Eleven. Since 2010 and 2013, I worked on 7-Eleven. Then I started working as a truck driver and on the road. So I worked between 2013 to 2016 over the road as a driver. And between that, I bought my own truck in 2015, sold out in 2016. Then I started working with the McLean in 2016, the local driver. So start from 2016 and to 2020, I finished, 2016 to 2020, I worked with McLean as a driver. So now I'm here for my own business. So yes, sir. This is
Very good. You're breaking into a new area, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's very good. Well, very nice. I wanted to ask Mr. Donato, have you gone over with your client the 3 conditions that are recommended, being the surveillance system, slot route operator, and also the regulatory compliance seminar, and have those been undertaken yet?
Yes, I have. And with regards to the compliance seminar, he did attend the seminar on May 11th and has his attendance letter. With regards to the service contract, for clarification, he will be entering into a participation agreement with Sartini Gaming. So it's not a service contract, it's a full participation agreement. And then the third condition, he understands he must get his surveillance system inspected and approved by the division within 60 days of the issuance of the license.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. I appreciate that. I don't have any questions. I'm glad that your client came down and that he retained you to represent him here. Let me see if my fellow commissioners have questions or if there's a motion maker. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for appearing before us today. A very clean presentation, and just wanted to make sure you're thanking your family to, the help that they're giving to you to build you up, and hopefully you'll take them to a nice dinner to the extent the vote is approved today, because I can see you started at 7-Eleven 10 years ago with family. Now you've come full circle, and I congratulate you on your efforts and your hard work and getting your own truck and moving up and forward. So well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I had one quick question.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Commissioner Solis Rainey, you're going to have to show up next time, else I'm going to have the police come out and bring you down here.
All right, that sounds like a deal. Mr. Singh, thank you for appearing before us and welcome. I just had a very quick question. It listed on the materials that we have that your residence address is in California. Are you going to be an absentee owner?
Actually, I have a house in California, but right now I already rent my house in Las Vegas. So I'm renting for a year. So then I'm going to move forward. So I'm going to buy the house over there. There's an area code 89141 zip code. So
No. Okay, great. Yeah, no problem. I was just curious because it seemed like this is such a huge step that I was surprised you were going to be leaving the baby here and then going back to California. So I wanted to confirm that. And I echo the comments by Commissioner Brown. I think it's great to see people come full circle. And I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Any other questions? Commissioner Brown, would you like to make a motion? I haven't seen a motion made like that before.
A little bit of flair, Mr. Singh. I'm prepared to make a motion for approval of, I move for approval, Mr. Chairman, of the restricted item number 8. As recommended by the Gaming Control Board, is read into the record by Madam Secretary with the conditions included.
Very good,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Brown. We have a motion. Not seeing any need for discussion. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Don't see any. Motion passes, and good luck to you, sir. And Hope your business goes well. And Mr. Donato, always nice to see you down there as
It's nice
well.
to see you.
Thank
It's nice to see you as well. I'd like to thank Agent Bradford for all his help with this application.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very, very good. Very good. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go to the regulation 5.110.
Next for your consideration are proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.110 as noted on the agenda. We have received one regulation comment via email from Meter Image Capturing LLC. This email has been provided to the commissioners and is available on our website. In addition, a copy will be attached to the commission disposition as part of the public record.
Very, very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have Mr. McCullough here to bring us up to steam on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. McCullough. You're getting a lot of play today.
Definitely. Good afternoon, Chair Moran, members of the commission, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Chiefs Colvin, Barbie, and Douglas are also present today. Before you today for your consideration and possible adoption are some streamlining changes concerning the logging of progressive payoff schedules in Regulation 5.110. The draft date of the proposed changes before you today is May 6th, 2021. The board recommended these changes to you on May 6th, 2021. The proposed changes adjust the progressive logging requirements. Specifically, progressive payoff schedules linked to a slot machine would not need to be logged if less than $1,200, and if they are $1,200 or more and linked to certain online slot metering systems, logging requirements could be reduced to not less often than once every 7 days. The intent of all these changes is to update this regulation as well as make it easier on gaming licensees. The procedures required by the current regulation were established almost 50 years ago. Since then, slot machines have improved. State-of-the-art board-approved online metering systems are now common. Progressive displays are more advanced and much less subject to malfunction. And the board has instituted minimum internal control standards and requires internal audit procedures. The board's audit division also conducts routine and random inspections and reviews of progressive meters. These advancements have significantly mitigated the risks which existed back when this regulation was instated. The proposed changes will substantially reduce the burden on licensees. However, they will not significantly impact the board's regulatory oversight of this area. These changes should be made effective upon adoption and approval. These changes are before you for adoption, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Let me go to the commission and see if they have some questions for you at this time. Do my colleagues have any questions? Oh, I don't see any. I just wanted one thing confirmed. I know that board member Casaros had worked with you on this, correct?
He was the genesis of this process along with Chief Colvin.
Okay, very good, very good. He had some good support for that then. All right, well, very good. I don't have any questions. I've looked through this. I've read the two public comments, and I'm not concerned about those. I think this is a good piece of work. I think it's some good lawyering, some good wordsmithing, and I would be prepared, and I could support a motion to approve this if there was such motion made.
That's okay. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the proposed amendments to Regulation 5.110 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board of the draft date May 6, 2021 to be effective as of today's meeting.
Thank you,
Is that
Commissioner Fuchs.
appropriate?
Yes, I'm assuming by approval you mean adoption.
Yes, adoption. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion made. Let's call for the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hands are up. Commissioner
Aye.
Solis Rainey? Aye, okay. Aye, okay, aye. All right, any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McCullough, for giving us that history, as well as really good work on these regulations, this one in particular. You do a great job for us. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next item.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is your administrative reports. I believe board chair is first.
Okay, as board chair on.
I am.
Hi, Chairman. How are
Good
you?
afternoon, members of the commission. So our meeting will be June 9th, one-day meeting in person, as you all are. And I'd just like to thank Commissioner Fuchs for her outstanding service and her commitment to the state. So thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. I'll personally miss you. I know the board will as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. I'm glad we get to be with you for a short time. It hasn't been too long, but doing a great job, and I appreciate all your work. As well as Member Katsaros and I'm sure Member Watkins.
Okay, very good, very good.
Chair Moran, this is Member Katsaros. Could I chime in as well?
Yes, I would hope you would. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, well, just didn't want to jump in at the onset of the meeting. I know you guys had already, roundtabled a bit, but I did want to just say thank you to Commissioner Fuchs as well. The state of Nevada owes you nothing but our sincere thanks, gratitude, and admiration for all your time that you've served on the commission. Your overall, I think it was already mentioned, your sort of inviting and warm personality, it elevates the commission and the state, but it's your knowledge and your insightfulness that I admire above all. So we should all take cues from you, and I'm personally going to miss you. I imagine we might not see you for some time, but I hope it's not too long.
Well, I appreciate that. We'll see. I hope in some way I will be back into the industry. It's a great place to be, and I will miss it, but it's all good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Board Member Katsaros, for your remarks. All right. I guess the next item, Madam Secretary.
That would be your administrative report.
All right, very good. Just a couple of notes here on this. First of all, as everybody knows, there's a petition been filed by Greg Giordano Esquire. When it was filed, seeking some changes to 5.225 sub 1 sub D. I advised Madam Secretary to place it on the June agenda coming up. So that we as a commission can consider that and make some determinations as to how we'd like it to go forward. The other item on here is that we've been following very closely the legislative bills. I know that Elijah Tredup has done a great job in monitoring those bills up north for us. There's some interesting bills up there, and he's provided us with regular updates. I'd ask Elijah if he could just give us a little brief overview. I guess there's been a recent occurrence on the esports bill.
Elijah Tredup, for the record, this is my first time on record, so in 5 years. So if I stumble along, you have to bear with me.
Don't ask for a pay increase.
I think I'm capped. Yeah. So you asked for updates specifically on Senate Bill 1.
Just what you got going up there, your summary, just very briefly, and then tell me a little bit about what has just recently happened on esports in terms of any language changes, if any.
Sure. Generally monitoring legislation that affects gaming, particularly the gaming regulatory apparatus that is going through the legislature right now. A very brief update, the Assembly Bills 7 and 8, which are the bills that the board has mostly put together. Those passed out of their second house, I believe, yesterday. So those now just need to go back to their house of origin before they can be sent up to the governor. In terms of the esports bill, that bill earlier this week had some amendments made. The summary of those amendments would be that it directs the creation of a technical advisory committee that be made up of various stakeholders like esports professionals, esports people, judges, academics. It's not particularly limited to who can be appointed to this, and it directs the board to appoint people to this committee. The purpose of this committee would then advise the board on good practices and regulations and guidelines to ensure integrity of esports in terms of events that are being wagered on. And it further authorizes but doesn't direct. It's discretionary, but it authorizes the board to adopt regulations related to that. And this bill just passed out of its first House of Origin, the Senate yesterday. And so it is being sent, it still has to go in front of the Assembly and go through committee and the whole process in its second House.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that update. The last thing I had on my portion of the agenda is I just wanted to remind everybody, keep your fingers crossed. There's a good chance that our June meeting might be live and direct. That's what I'm hoping for, and to get people back in front of us, and it makes for a lot better quality of a meeting. So hopefully that'll happen. I don't have anything else on my portion of the administrative reports. I'd go back to Madam Secretary for the last part of the agenda.
That brings you to public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any additional public comments during the meeting.
All right, very good then. I guess that concludes our agenda. Thank you, colleagues, for participating. Commissioner Fuchs, don't get too far away. All right.
I will try not to.
All
Thank
right.
you all.
We'll
Appreciate
be,
you